Hey everybody, what's happening? Welcome to Normal America Show. I'm on a little earlier today because if I could control myself, I'd like to be off a little earlier tonight. Got some house cleaning to do tomorrow. Got a lot of house cleaning done today. So as everyone knows, I took this week off work. I guess everyone doesn't. As everyone knows, what the hell? Why would most people know that? I took vacation for the first time in a while. Went to the zoo yesterday with Hank. It was top 5 days I've ever had in my life. I'll talk a little about my zoo trip. But today we did a lot of house cleaning. Tomorrow as well, we're going to be doing a lot of house cleaning. So I thought I would come on a little early. You see me in my yard mowing shirt because I was mowing my yard. So push mowing it because my riding mower's kind of shit in the bed. And I think I'm giving it to my parents. They're going to work on it. So a lot of push mowing, but about 2 hours of push mowing, and I probably have another half hour to go tomorrow. So, chewing gum. Why am I chewing gum? But this will be a weird stream tonight. It's one of those things. I remember I've gone through some weird times in my life in the past 2 years. Thanks so much, Jet. Where personally, my life is better than it's ever been. The best thing I've ever done is become a dad. I'm so lucky my son's been healthy. I assume everyone thinks their kid's wonderful, but my kid's wonderful. I'm just incredibly lucky. And it's weird because for the first time in my life, I'm distinctly aware that this is the best time in my life. If I could freeze time, this would be it. This would be the time that I would freeze. But there's a lot of crazy shit going on in the world too. So it's kind of weird to have that juxtaposition. And, I didn't even want to talk about the school shooting. I wasn't going to. I told my wife, I was just like, we're just going to talk about the Sussman trial. Or, we'll find other things to talk about. But I guess it's unavoidable. So we'll do it tonight, and that'll be that. Because it's tough to talk about. Yeah, I'm with you, Chris. Yeah. So, with the push mowing. So it's, it's unavoidable. I've had people asking me about it, so I'll talk about it. But it's weird to talk about that sort of stuff while it's like having, without having that sort of thing be front and center. And if you're going to do a political show, well, there's no doubt. Some topics, it's like the establishment controls and focuses on what to talk about, and then we find ourselves talking about it as well. And sometimes it's not what we should be talking about. Like Ted Cruz going to Cancun. And I understand that there are a lot of mass shootings, and the media selects which ones to talk about that fit their narrative. I get that. Right? That's what they did with the Buffalo shooting. That's why they didn't talk about the subway shooter as much, or that guy that was shooting people with the GoPro. Didn't fit that narrative. But anytime kids are shot like this, to me, that's newsworthy. Even if people are trying to fit it into their narrative, it's definitely, it's different regardless of what people want to think. It is different. A mass shooting in Chicago, as tragic as it is, with, 16, 17-year-olds being shot, that's horrific and terrible. But an elementary school getting shot up, that's a different level, which in itself makes it newsworthy. So I guess we'll talk about it. But before we get into the morose shit, which is weird to say, I have to juxtapose that to yesterday's trip to the zoo was the top 5 day of my life. It was just, there was 40 minutes of the day that sucked, and that's because poor Hank's got his molars coming in. And so when he gets tired, sometimes you can tell, like he powers through it. When he's awake, he's having fun, he's distracting himself. But when he starts to fall asleep in the car, it's like, oh, my mouth hurts. So he was having trouble sleeping on the way up. We went to Erie Zoo. It's maybe I'll say 2-hour drive from us. I can't remember exactly how far. So for 40, 50 minutes, he had a rough time. But then once he took a nap and then we got up there, I mean, it was phenomenal. So it was weird because apparently we were there a day before they opened a lot of their exhibits. So like probably a quarter of the animals we didn't get to see because the day after was their big opening. But it actually worked out because the trade-off was less animals, but there were less people there. So there was maybe at the Erie Zoo 25, 30 people there for the whole zoo, which made it very nice because you could look at you didn't feel rushed. You could look at the exhibits as long as you wanted. They got this cool little miniature train that kind of takes you through the zoo. Hank absolutely loved it. And you go through this really dark tunnel, and it's got like glow in the dark paint of like dragons and wolves that are meant to be scary. And I thought it would scare Hank. He loved it. He saw a dinosaur and was going rawr. It was making dinosaur sounds. He's just incredible. He said goodbye to every animal. Bye. Like every time he'd leave. His favorite animal probably there was a spider monkey he really liked. He liked this giant tortoise. And then they had like some mountain goat. And my mother-in-law has a goat, which he's absolutely in love with, Margie. So he loved the mountain goat because it reminded him, which is ironic. And then they had like this, it was a big pen inside, almost like a barn structure they had. And they had sheep in there. And then they had, I think it was called a skink, maybe is what it was called, that was in there. And then there was a big exhibit that was empty. And there was a little field mouse that crawled in it, which wasn't supposed to be there. It wasn't like a big exhibit for a mouse. But Hank loved that damn mouse. So it was ironic to me. His favorite thing was probably the mouse and the goat, which we could have saw back home. But it didn't matter. There was a rhinoceros there. It was cool. But we just had a ton of fun. He absolutely had a blast. The only animals you can get like really up close to that weren't like behind our partition or something was kangaroos, which I thought was weird because I thought that like kangaroos could get pretty rowdy, I thought. But there was a section where you walk through and they had kangaroos and wallabies, and there was literally no fence in between you and them. They could run on the sidewalk if they wanted. They were all smaller. There weren't any huge kangaroos there. I think they were gray kangaroos and then wallabies. But Hank liked those. And then, of course, there was a bunny that ran in with them, and Hank liked it. But probably Hank's favorite thing, believe it or not, was a damn garbage can that was painted to look like a tiger. Just a regular old garbage can. And he kept running back to it, which is fine. Whatever floats your boat. Didn't really care for the tiger, but the garbage can painted like a tiger, it was all about it. So it was pretty cool. Then we went to the Erie Beach, and we hung out there for maybe half an hour. And the tide was coming in. So it's a great lake, so it's not saltwater, but, it still gets a pretty substantial tide. And so the tide's coming in and out pretty strong. So we're all holding his hand and just leaving him dip his toes in the water. And then we're playing in the sand. And the water's cold. It's too cold to go swimming. But he liked getting his little toes in the water just when the tide would come in and, get him in the toes. And so he starts walking back up the beach towards inland. And he finds a big piece of driftwood, like huge. Like I didn't think he'd be able to lift it. And he lifts it up. And he gets it up like this. So it's pointing like up like this. And he's holding it like you would a spear or something. And we're like, oh, that's cool, And he just turns and charges the water like he was going to run head first into the Erie Lake. And it was like, he was like, I don't know, it reminded me of watching Braveheart or something. Like it was his last stand. He found his weapon and was like, let's do this, lake. I think he was trying to take the lake out. So I had to grab him like, oh my God, what are you doing, man? You can't run into the lake. But yeah, I mean, it was funny. He's a water bug. He loves the water. So, and it's weird because I'm not like super overprotective or anything, but like there's a million things. Like at the zoo, you're picking him up, and there'll be like a rail up to my chest, and you're picking him up just so his head could see over, so you could see like a monkey or something. And then you're like, oh my God, I don't want to drop him. And then at the beach, you're like, don't run too close into the tide. I don't, and it's like, I don't know. You kind of have those feelings. But then we went and got something to eat, and he was tuckered out, man. When we got home, he went right to bed. So it was just, I don't know how to explain it. I guess you have to have a kid. It sounds stupid, I know. The small amount of friends that I had that had kids. By the way, that's another weird thing. It's like a weird thing about the current world. I'm 36 when I had Hank. I'm 37 now, and most of my circle of friends don't have kids. Now my dad's generation, everybody, him and all of his friends are having kids when they're 21, 22, So most of my friends, and it's weird because a lot are having kids now. A good friend of mine had just found out 2-3 days ago is pregnant. Another one of my friends from the debate community, it's about my age. She's due, I think, next month. So it's kind of strange. My circle of friends waited to have kids, but I'm annoying. The few times I do drink now, like we went to the Pirate game last week, I'm telling all my friends, like, you guys gonna have kids? It's the best. It's the best. But I mean, there was just something about walking around with him at the zoo, just seeing everything that's new to him. It was just amazing. I don't know how to explain it. It was one of the top days I've ever had in my life. It was incredible. So by the time we got home, it was really late, so I didn't stream. He was tired. I was tired. So we just went to bed. Tonight was supposed to be my interview with based homeschooled mom, Big Papa Fascist's wife. She was supposed to be on Tucker Carlson discussing Roe v. Wade, but they put that off. It's going to be later in the week or next week, I believe. So I'm going to wait to interview her until she does her interview with Tucker. But no doubt they put it off because it's a crazy news cycle. And there's a lot going on. And I know people will get shitty, some will, and say, you're going to talk about this one shooting. What about all these other stories going on? Yeah, you're partially right. But I do think this is newsworthy. And I stream enough that I think I hit most of the stories that I like, even those that aren't covered by the media very much. So you'll forgive me if that's where I want to spend my time. But the first thing I'll say is how I learned of this shooting. And again, there are all sorts of So let me start by saying this. I don't have any fucking answers. I don't have any deep takes. Let me rephrase that. I'm trying not to swear as much. So referring to this shooting, I don't have any answers that would have prevented it. I don't have any great takes. I don't. As someone who does commentary surrounding political and cultural issues, I guess enough people want me to discuss this, so I'll discuss it. I'll be as open as possible. That's all I could do. How I heard about the shooting was I was at the zoo. We were on our way from the zoo to the beach with my 17-year-old son, Hank, and my wife and our in-laws. And my phone was off all day. I turned it on to see if I got any messages. And I just go to Twitter first, and that was the top thing I read. At that point, I think it was 14 were dead, which I believe that number is 18 or 19 now. And I was just like, wow, that sucks. And what was different this time than like Sandy Hook or Parkland was I didn't have kids when those happened. And so it's a selfish thing to do. I understand that. But immediately I was like, what would I do if Hank was at school and I got that call that like there's a mass shooter? We don't know if your son's okay. I can't imagine anything worse. I don't have anything deep to say on it other than I can't imagine that pain. I don't know how you go on. I just don't. And so I thought of that and then I tried to put it out of my head and have a good day the rest of the day. So that's how I heard about it. And then this is the first time that I'm commentating. I'm probably going to make a lot of people mad, even people that are fans of mine, because I think that everyone sucks that I've seen with takes on this. Like 99% of people. And I mean people on the right too. I intentionally didn't tweet anything out. I thought of tweeting, my thoughts and prayers, or which they were. But I was like, I guess I don't have to tell people that. I even feel weird talking about it now. And not only that, I feel weird talking about the whole incident. But I guess because this is a show I'll do it. it is obvious to me that people try to sort of square this peg to fit into their agenda. Now, I'm biased. I think this happens more on the left, but I see it on the right too. And all I could do is be authentic. So I'll call out anyone I saw that I thought was doing this poorly. Now, I didn't call them out on Twitter because I just don't think that I have anything to add of substance to this. As far as I'm concerned, in a situation like this, I still don't know half the details, and I'm guessing neither do you, and I'm guessing neither do the people that are tweeting like mad about it. I don't know. I'm hearing shit as it comes out, just like everyone else. Regardless of if you're a full-blown conspiracy theorist, right down to you just believe everything the news tells you, everyone's still formulating what happened. You pick your own poison, So I try my best. I've been burned. I'm not saying I'm a great person. Oh, I never jumped the gun. Of course I do. Of course I have. But I am trying to get better at, I don't know. So I'm just going to keep my damn mouth shut. And, in a situation like this, it seems, unless there's a lot that we're just not even remotely being told, it seems like this was a lone person, at least the active incident. Maybe he was connected to someone who helped him get a weapon or something. I don't know. We'll deal with all that when we get to it. But, and he's dead. He's deceased. So maybe you're wanting law enforcement to give more information if it's like there's still a maniac out there. But at this point, it's like, I don't know if I'm law enforcement and you still have an investigation. You're still looking for motive. You're looking to see if there were accomplices or people that committed crimes to help them do this, or people that saw warning signs or something like that. Thanks, Baird. You're looking for all that stuff. But, at this point, it's got to just be so insane just talking to the family. And that's what I expect. So I'm not out here like, I want answers. What happened? How did he use? Which weapon did he use? Where did he get it from? What's his living situation been? I guess I don't care if people are looking into it, but it's not my place. That's all I'm saying. I didn't have a great thirst to be like, oh, I gotta see this guy's Instagram. You're not a terrible person if that's what you did. That's not what I chose to do. And I'm not claiming to be morally superior or anything, but I'm just saying, because I didn't have that, I don't have anything to say on it, really. Now I'm going to be a hypocrite, and I will. Talk about what I do know, and maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe people will tell me, nope, that's not what happened. New things have come to light. But I've talked about this before. When something terrible like this happens, everyone, and I've done this in the past, you hear that some horrible, heinous thing, a terrorist attack or a mass shooting occurred, and you're like, oh, I hope it's not people from a group that I associate with. Hope it's not a Trump supporter. Or if you're a Democrat, hope it's not someone, Black Lives Matter person, a Bernie supporter. And it's gross. You feel gross. We can't help it. We're all tribal. And the tribalism's getting worse. So you can't help but have that initial gut reaction. I'm not, again, don't get it twisted. I'm not saying, oh, I'm above people. I ain't saying that at all. I'm just recognizing I've done it. Other people do it. All I'm trying to do is take a step back and be like, okay, probably I'll learn different stuff about this. So I'm hesitant to put out a post that says, this is the shooter's text messages to his girlfriend. This is a picture of the shooter with this sort of stuff. I've done that sort of stuff, but most of the time I try not to do it like the immediate day or the day after. I try to wait, until it's further. Yeah, Crusader, I agree. It never matters when it's their side. I agree. I'm not going to change my opinion on that. So, I'm disgusted to see how many people just want to play politics immediately. And 90% of these hot takes that you see, the primary purpose isn't we think we have something substantive to say that could have saved these kids' lives. The primary purpose is I want to demonize those that disagree with me. And to me, it's beyond the pale. You know, all these dead kids, and that's what we're doing. It's surreal. You know, and we'll go through exactly what was said by who, and, you know, I'll be a hypocrite and I'll give my take on it. But at the end of the day, I'm only going to do it here. I'm not going to put this stuff on social media. I do a show here where I talk about this stuff. So I guess we'll talk about it, but I don't know. I didn't feel I had a hot take. I didn't feel like it was the time to dunk on people. I thought it sucked. It sucked a lot. It's almost it's almost pathetic to use that word. It sucked. Yeah, I guess it sucked. So, for the rest of the show, we will go through some of the stuff that I saw that I thought was ridiculous. I will take audience questions, comments, and I will try to discuss my best of it. Hopefully, I'll get that all out of the gate today. And then we can talk about different stories going forward, because it's not that I don't think people should be allowed to talk about this story going forward. I don't know that I have anything to offer, though. So I'm just spinning my wheels. There are people on this issue better than me. So that's all I have to say. So let's start. In no particular, let's start with the right. How about that? Let's start with people on the right that I thought were doing things that were shitty. Now, I don't really mind people on the right that are saying the left is exploiting this for politics. That's true. They are. I didn't feel the need to tweet it out. I know that. If you tweeted that out, I don't think you're a terrible person. If you showed examples of that, I don't think you're terrible. I'm going to show examples of it. But where I think it goes too far, and I'm going to say the name of someone who I've actually supported a lot of what she's done. And there were many, many people doing this, not just this woman. But I feel that she deserves special attention. Let's start with Candace Owens. Candace Owens tweeted out a picture, allegedly of the shooter in drag, wearing women's clothing. Now, I know for certain, I didn't see the picture she tweeted out. I don't know. But I did see a lot of the pictures going around. And it's not the guy. It's just not. I don't know if it's photoshopped or what, but it's not. And then what's even more crazy is I'm watching people say, well, even if this isn't the guy, it still shows some sort of mental health crisis. Are you insane? Who cares even if that's true? What are you talking about? If you get caught putting someone else's picture out there to make some big point on this mass shooting, that's horrible. If you do that, you go, my God, I'm sorry. I was fooled. This had nothing to do with the shooting. I'm sorry. That's the only appropriate response. You don't, well, even if that's not the person, ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Now, Candace is claiming, and I saw this from tweets of hers today, that the picture she showed hasn't been debunked. It could still be that this was the shooter in drag. Let's say If it wasn't, then all the criticism I just made still applies. The fact that she doesn't know. Well, Bandit says, if it's not him, the picture doesn't show anything about the shooter because it isn't them. Right. So to say, oh, look, here's the shooter. Clearly he had mental health problems. He's wearing drag. And then it's like, well, that's not him, to go, well, it still says something about mental health. No. So if Candace says, well, we're not sure, it still could be the person. Well, if you're not sure, you shouldn't be showing the picture. Now, I understand you could get caught up in the moment, retweet something like that. But then what you do once there's doubt cast on it is you should delete that tweet and say, I'm sorry, I tweeted something out that I didn't have proof of. My bad. I was emotional. That I could understand. But you don't say, well, no one's proven that it's fake. That's terrible. Right, even if it's true, right? So let's deal with that. Let's say that let's say this picture she tweeted out is of the shooter and he is in drag. So, what the hell does this prove? If you tweeted out a photo of him playing video games, does that mean video games are responsible? If you tweeted out a video or pictures of him playing Dungeons and Dragons, is that responsible? If you tweeted out a video or a picture of him with a Led Zeppelin poster in the background, is that responsible? Well, yeah, the claim she's trying to make is obviously someone who's trans or is in drag has mental health issues. This could explain one of the reasons that there was a shooting. But to me, that's someone trying to paint an agenda. Let me ask you this, and listen, let me be the first to say this. Remember, I've been as forceful on trans issues, as open on trans issues as basically anyone I know. They're constantly trying to cancel me. So anyone that says that I'm sitting here trying to kiss the ass of the trans community is just wrong. They don't know me. Okay? And I just want to say, this isn't just Candace Owens. There were an awful lot of people that were jumping on this person was trans, this person was a drag queen. That explains it. But that's not that. No, Aftershock. I just disagree with you. I don't disagree that might happen, but that's not the time and the place. I'll ask my audience right now. Take either school shootings or mass shootings. Pick your poison. Have a substantial amount of those in the past 10 years been by trans people? Serious question. I'm unaware. I can't think of one. So maybe you could say there's some utility in bringing this up. If there'd been of the past 5 school shootings, 3 of them been from people that identified as trans, then maybe you could say, here's a picture of this current person as trans. That might explain. See, now we're seeing a pattern. Maybe. But that doesn't seem to be the case. I haven't heard anyone saying, they're trans, see. Make that case. I haven't heard anyone say, look at these other trans mass shooters. Well, yeah, of course mental health is going to be a correlation. Absolutely. But the fact that they went specifically to see they're wearing women's clothing, which shows that they have a mental health. I don't care. To me, that shows those are people that had an agenda. That's not someone who had my God, I can't believe these kids were killed. Let's come together and find something that we could do to try to limit this horrific thing from happening again. That's someone to me that was like, I can make this fit into the peg I want to make the political point that I want. That's what it reeks of to me. And it's fucking unacceptable. It's unacceptable to me. That's how I feel. I don't care if I agree with Candace Owens on a bunch of politics or agree with a lot of these right-wingers on a bunch of politics. I don't care. That's wrong. And it deserves to be called out. Don't worry, we'll get to Beto. So, as far as I'm concerned, if you are watching these things and you're like, oh, here's groups that I have a problem with. I think that radical trans issues have gone too far. I don't disagree. So I'm going to try to make this about that. Well, it's not about that. And so far, there is zero evidence that this person was trans. So what an asshole you look like if you tried to make it about that. And even if they happen to be trans, show me the correlation that that's why this occurred. And as far as I'm concerned, even though I agree, people I know in the back of your head, there are people thinking like, well, the left don't give a shit. They play that game. They don't care. You're right. But when it comes to heinous shit like that, I think we have to be willing to call people out, even that agree with us politically. You have to say, there has to be a baseline. For me, there are certain things that are off limits. You don't use violence. I don't give a shit. But the other side does it. Yes, and it's wrong, and we should call it out. But we don't use violence, and neither should they. You don't grandstand on children's deaths. You don't go after people's families. I don't give a shit if the other side does that stuff or not. Now, other stuff that I used to say, and we don't do this, this, and this, I've become softer on. Like cancel culture. I'm choosing not to cancel people. I think it's terrible even on Twitch when you see lefties get canceled. But I also understand that so many on the left embraced cancel culture, trying to, boycott businesses or try to get people fired because of things they say, blah, 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 their political positions that, okay, they're not going to change until people on their side face the same consequences. That's different. That's different than using violence or grandstanding off children's deaths or going after their families. And there could be more stuff that I'm not thinking of that's off limits, but... If you're asking what she did, it's not just what Candace Owens did, it's a bunch of people. But what she did was she posted a picture allegedly of the shooter in drag and then was like, see, mental health, that's what it is, they're drag. As if that person wearing drag was the reason for the shooting, when we haven't seen a rash of people in drag or people that are trans doing mass shootings, and she doesn't even have proof that this picture was of the killer. There are a bunch of fake pictures circulating of some guy in a dress, and they're like, that was the killer, and then it wasn't. And so when she was called out on this, she was like, well, no one proved that this wasn't an authentic picture. We'll talk about possible solutions, Jay Halen. So when we get to the solutions part, I'm willing to listen to the people on the left and the right, and I'll give my honest opinions of the solutions that they're offering. Now to the left. Any Key Lime, you're on here. Any other shit in the right you saw that you took offense of? You thought people were politicizing this? Or anyone else that saw, even if you're on the right, if you saw something that you saw people that you would say were on the right, I'll call it out. That's the one I saw that I was like, this is unacceptable. Don't post pictures of an alleged shooter or of their text messages or of their Facebook page if you don't know 100% that it's them. Because you might just be smearing an innocent person. Now let's move on to the left, which is worse. In general, it's just commonplace at this point for people on the left if it's a white person and it's about white supremacy, if it's not a white person, then it's about gun control. And so the grandstanding of, we should get rid of the Second Amendment, no one needs these assault weapons and shit like that to make their political point is ridiculous. There's that scene. There's a movie I really enjoy. You should watch it. It's called Thank You for Smoking. It stars Aaron Eckhart, who was Two-Face in The Dark Knight. Great actor. The movie Thank You for Smoking is basically a movie about debate at the end of the day. The premise of the movie is Aaron Eckhart is a lobbyist for the tobacco industry. And basically, he's ends up going to Capitol Hill to argue on behest of the tobacco industries and blah, blah, blah. There's a scene at the beginning of the movie where sort of the nonprofit, or I don't know if it's a government entity or a nonprofit or whatever, that's against the tobacco industry. They're on like a Jerry Springer or a Phil Donahue type program. God, I'm dating myself. But there's this guy with lung cancer who got it from smoking, and he's on there. And he's like, I'm dying of smoking or whatever. And the anti-tobacco guy's like, you see, this is what the tobacco industry wants. They're killing these people and blah, 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 blah. And Aaron Eckhart's like, we don't want this. You do. And the guy's like, what? He's like, we want him to live to be 100 years old and smoke 2 packs a day. That's what we want. He's a great customer. But to you, he's a means to an end. To you, his suffering means you could go on and push your agenda. Use this to help push your agenda. And I think there is a lot of truth. And this works the other way as well. If an illegal immigrant shoots someone, there are people all too happy to be like, great, I could use it. See, we need to deport all these illegals. You can make those arguments. You're not unethical for making those arguments on itself. But the glee and the speed in which people makes it sometimes to me gives it away. We should ban assault weapons. 90% of people saying that can't define what an assault weapon is. When they do define it, their definition of what guns to ban would ban 95% of all guns. For example, time after time I've had this discussion with people in real life and online, and I'll say, what's an assault weapon? And they'll say, well, any gun that you just could pull the trigger and bullets fly out as fast as you could pull the trigger, and there's like more than 10 bullets in the gun, that's too much. It's like, okay. That's 75 to 80% of handguns. Right? That have a clip, semi-automatic. By the way, which are responsible for most gun-related deaths in this country are handguns. Is that what you're suggesting? Ban handguns? They don't, no, it's different than that. Okay, then what is it about the assault weapon? And and listen, I'm not a gun expert. I know about guns. I hunt, I own guns. I haven't hunted in a while, but I used to hunt. But there are certainly people that are far more advanced than me, and I'm not going to sit here and bullshit you. Probably 90% of the people in the audience are more of an understanding about firearms than me. But what I do know is you have to be precise when you're talking about what sort of weapons you're going to ban. And I know that oftentimes the gun that looks mean because it's got the black, like synthetic looking plastic and, sort of the banana handle or whatever and a large looking clip. Oftentimes the caliber and the lethality of that gun is less than the gun you would look at with the wooden stock and say, oh, that looks like a safe hunting gun. In other words, people are more pissed off about appearances So when you hear people saying, well, 18-year-olds shouldn't be able to get assault weapons, well, based on the definition of what an assault weapon is, which is fully automatic to my understanding, yeah, they can't. Almost no one could get those guns. You have to go through a very rigorous check to be able to get those guns. It's very rare. So are you going to say specifically 18-year-olds can't have ARs? Okay. Can they have a Beretta? Can they have a Glock? Handguns? Where's the cutoff line? What exactly? And furthermore, what gun was responsible for this shooting? I don't know. Do you all? I saw that this shooter purchased 2 semi-automatic rifles on his 18th birthday, I believe, and he had pictures of them. Allegedly, which I haven't seen anyone dispute this. But then I was hearing reports that a handgun was what he was using in the school. Does anyone know? I've heard that he had an AR-15 with him when he entered the school. But I don't know if he used it. But I'll say this. All I'll say is I don't know. Maybe people on here are more in the know than me. But my guess is many of the people spouting off aren't. They have no clue. And yet they're still confident to say, well, these types of guns should be banned. But they don't know if that was the type of gun that was used. And that goes to show you, well, then this is being agenda driven. This isn't, I have a serious belief of what would have possibly stopped this. The David Hoggs of the world and the Joe Bidens of the world. And we'll get to more of this. We'll get to the specifics. But that's not even the worst. The 2 worst things I saw, the literal worst thing, but I put it slightly less because it's sort of a no-name person. There was someone, it's not just that some person posted this. It was that if you went to the thread, and I'll say, God damn it. I'm questioning whether to even bring this up. I'll talk about it, but I'm questioning whether to show this. Here, Reedsters. So let me comment to Reedsters here. Here's Reedsters' big take. What the fuck is your solution instead of generalizing everything, he says. I've yet to hear anything concrete come from your chins about to help prevent 19 children from dying. Blah, 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 the left. Come on, Rob, what's your solution? Blah, 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 the left. I'll talk about the left in terms of boogeyman. Go fuck yourself. This is the exact type of person that I'm talking about. Here's a person that doesn't have shit for solutions. When I started off talking about how I'm tired of people politicizing it, and then started off talking for 15 minutes or 10 minutes about how people on the right were doing it, and I was discussing, this piece of shit fuckhead didn't say anything. But he's more than happy to come on and make weight jokes and say that I have to have some sort of solution before I can talk about the shit that's being said and the politicizing of it that I find to be abhorrent, right? It's pieces of shit like this that stand on their moral high ground that will stand there and go, but I'm concerned about the kids dying, and so I can come on want to be a fucking prick, who offers nothing, who is the problem with this country, who is the problem with the division and the hatred. This person doesn't have one fucking solution whatsoever. Not one. Now, I just got done saying that we're going to talk about every possible solution that people have. I started off my video by saying I'm not an expert, but I'll be as forthright and open as possible to anything that anyone on the left or the right wants to talk about solutions. But what I do understand is when people have an agenda and they're pushing a political agenda, and how I find that to be disgusting. And I said it's wrong when either side does it. And I spent a lot of time talking at first about the right. And then I asked people, do you have any other examples of this shit happening on the right? Because I'll condemn all of it. Because we need to have a broad set of rules on how to discuss these things before we get into the nitty gritty of it. Because if we don't, then it's haywire. It means you could attack and use any physical violence or any shit that you want against your opponents. That's what it means. So we have to have some ground rules, which is what I was talking about here. But some fuckhead that's not going to have any solutions. I'll pause right now. I'll pause and ask Reedsters, what's your solution, Reedsters? Go ahead. Let's hear what your solution is. Go ahead. Let's hear your solution. You want to talk about my chins? My chins is right now asking for your solution. We'll skip ahead to it just for you. Go ahead. My chins are asking you. So go ahead, Reedsters. What's your solution? Let's go. Or are you just doing here what you're criticizing me of? Just coming on and grandstanding and acting like you have something to say, but in reality, you're just trying to make cheap points because you think that it'll somehow benefit you or you get something out of it. Go ahead, Reedsters. What's your fucking solution? Let's hear it. All right, Key Lime, you agree? Here's Reedster's solution. Okay, one of my solutions would have been expand Texas state terrorism laws to make law enforcement able to charge and take away fuckso who shot up the school weapon before it happened. Cool. So what did fuckso do that your terrorism law, explain to me exactly how your terrorism law would be written so that this guy wouldn't have got guns. Go ahead. Go ahead, I'll listen. Then you're going to expand mental health coverage nationwide and make it affordable to do so. So you have proof this person wasn't getting mental health coverage? That's what you have proof? You know for exact reasons what his motives were? Go ahead. Explain to me exactly how your law would have stopped this guy getting guns. Go ahead. Go ahead. Key Lime, I'll answer your questions, but I just want to let you know, Key Lime, you're going to be banned for 2 months after tonight, just so you know. I'll answer your question. So, to Key Lime and Reedsters that won't let me do the show at my own pace, but I've even told Key Lime I would be happy to answer any questions about specific things that people had about this, but I was talking about the stuff that I knew first. I said that I'm not an expert about these things, but I would talk about the solutions. But again, you're jumping the gun. So Key Lime says, Rob, do we have a mass shooting problem? Yes, one mass shooting would equivocate a mass shooting problem. We have to put it in context. There are still things that are far more likely to negatively affect children and even kill children than these mass shootings, but we do have a mass shooting problem. That's absolutely true. Even countries like New Zealand had a mass shooting problem. That's why they had some. Is our mass shooting problem worse than the Christchurch? Yes, it is, but still, it's not the biggest problem we have in this country, but sure, it's a problem. Before we talk about solutions, we have to agree that there's a problem, and I don't know that we have to check and do that right now. Right, so we agreed. A bigger problem is people like you, Key Lime. For example, you want to know what's more troubling to the death of children? Fucking asshole pieces of shit like you, Key Lime, that think that a woman should be able to kill a baby up to the day of birth. I would say that's a bigger problem. See, we might say there's two types of ways that deaths can occur to people. There are people that, because they think people should have the freedom to make choices, and some of those choices would result in negative things, that bad things could end up happening, and you might be able to levy some sort of blame at them. But then there are people like you that actively cheer for the literal extinction and murder of people, which is what you do. People like you, for example, that say we should leave people out of prisons, even murderers, we should leave them out of prisons. Do we have a problem with that? Do we have a problem with violent criminals? We absolutely do. You don't believe in punishment in prison. You say that a murderer should be allowed out of prison the day they go in, as long as they promise and the doctor says that they won't kill people in the future. That's what your beliefs are. You believe that we should be allowed to murder children at 9 months. So yes, there is a problem with sort of criminality and deaths of people, but unlike you, I'm not actively cheering for it. That's what you do. That's who you are, Key Lime. Thanks so much, Turning the Frogs Gave, for the subscription. That's who you are. You happy? We're talking about solutions. I would say the first solution would be to make sure people like you and the people you support that share your beliefs aren't near the levers of power in any way whatsoever. They shouldn't even be making decisions at local school boards. That would be a good first step. That would be a great way to make sure that this shit wasn't happening. Key Lime, that would be an excellent way. That would be one possible solution. We happy? We happy with the way this is? Key Lime says, Bambi, I don't care anymore. I wanted to talk to you about solutions and policy. Yes, we were getting solutions and policy, but you had to agree with someone, albeit in a nicer way, that came in and made fun of my chins and demanded that I talk about things. Thank you, Sea Wheels. Thank you so much. Incredibly generous for the 20 subs. But you had to agree with that person that came in like an asshole. That's what you had to do. You wouldn't leave me get to it in time. If you didn't like what I was saying at the time, you could have said, I'm going to tune out and not say anything until Rob gets to the part about solutions and things like that. But we're here now. We're talking about solutions. So go on. Equivocate to me, for example, how many children died of mass shootings, for example, this year in schools? 6,000 or something died in late-term abortions, which you support. How many people died as a result of recidivism of no bail policies or allowing violent criminals back on the street, which you absolutely cheer for? How many people died because of those policies? Just curious. Right? So one of the solutions might be for you to shut your fucking mouth and people that share your politics to stop having power and to stop listening to people like you. That could be one solution. Yeah, 20 gifted subs is absolutely incredible. I do really thank you so much for that. It's weird to thank someone when I'm talking about such a serious topic, but that's incredible. Thank you, Sea Wheels. Absolutely incredible. More people have died in schools than police in the line of duty so far in 2022. Okay. Interesting tidbit. What's that have to do with anything that I just said? Meanwhile, did Reedsters ever say, while he was talking about my chins, exactly how he would have written the terrorism law to make sure that this guy didn't get guns? Goodbye, Key Lime. Enjoy talking about solutions to your own fucking self. Let's find Reedsters and ban him. You guys go in your own little room and talk about solutions in your little fucking echo chamber. Okay? People like Key Lime and Reedsters are a big part of the problem. They're not responsible for these shootings or anything like that. But people that feel they could be so sanctimonious that we demand that you talk about the things we want regarding this. Where are your solutions? Well, I'm getting there. I've already said I don't have anything magnanimous to, or I don't want to say magnanimous. I don't have anything deep to say on it. We'll talk about potential solutions. Now, back to what I was saying. Probably the worst thing that I've heard said, though there's one thing I'll talk about that's arguably worse because the person who did it's of higher stature, was this Twitter user. And it wasn't just that they put it, but it was watching the comments on the thread that I just found to be one of the most disgusting things imaginable. Some lefty found the father of one of the girls that was killed social media post and said, this guy supported Kyle Rittenhouse. Now his daughter's dead. Key Lime Penguin, thanks so much for the ban evasion. Proving what a sack of shit that you are. Maker of show, you're banned. Key Lime Penguin, you're banned.
We demand solutions. Please don't point out how fucking evil people on our side are for exploiting the deaths of children to get the things we want. We were okay when you were talking about people on the right that do that and how bad it is, but now that you're talking, please move on to the solutions. Please move on.
Notice the people that are saying that have no solutions themselves, other than empty platitudes like, why don't we get rid of the Second Amendment? Who needs guns anyways? Thanks, Khalil. I appreciate it, man. So I thought about not showing this account, but I guess I will. I don't even know if I could say the name of this guy's account because it's arguably a slur. One second. The father of one of the victims from Texas shooting was pro-gun and literally championing Rittenhouse on Facebook. Is this what it'll take for y'all to wake up? When time comes, y'all willing to live with the fact that you're complicit in the loss of these kids' lives? Or does it only matter when it affects you? As many have already stated, we're exhausted. There's only so many times we could have the same conversation. These ideologies y'all hold on to for dear life are the same ones taking people's lives. This was preventable, and he'll have to live with that forever. Y'all want me to feel bad for sharing posts of someone who lost their child to the same violence they were openly advocating for? I've stated several times throughout the thread that the baby didn't deserve to lose a life, but this isn't something to just glaze over. We'll get to some of the comments below, too. Here's someone. To be upset this post was made more upset than knowing people that support the violence until it's them. Yep. It's worth pointing out sometimes the victims of these tragedies are the ones that were advocating for the conditions that caused it. I'm so confused by replies saying it's not the right time to post this. When would be a good time? The next shooting? This is not an insensitive post. People were hurt, his kids, and those kids died. But if it's true, then this man supported other people who were unfairly killed by guns. And on, and on, and on, and on, and on. Thank you, Crackle Fat, for the sub. I really appreciate it. First off, what does saying that someone had the right to defend themselves with a weapon who is being attacked by people trying to kill them, what does that have to do with supporting this madman shooting children? You see? You see what it was about? Rittenhouse, despite the facts of that case being clear-cut as an act of self-defense, if he wasn't summarily executed and if you didn't cheer for it, I'd be ashamed if your kid dies. I guess you asked for it. See? Imagine a lynch mob attacking a black man, trying to string him up and kill him. And he used a firearm to kill the attackers that were coming after him. And you say, I support that. He was defending himself. I absolutely support that. And then something tragic happens to your family member. And this guy goes, oh, that's what you get, man. You supported that guy shooting those racists trying to kill him. Although that would be different. And then all the people, absolutely, it's the right time to have this. You see? Thank you, Horror Master. I appreciate the follow. I really do. This guy doesn't give a fuck about these kids that just died. You know how I know? Because he's saying that the kids are like Rittenhouse's victims. Really? And to a lesser extent, Barack Obama did this. Yes, I know today is the anniversary of George Floyd's death. But to use it in the same sentence of what just happened in, how do you pronounce it, Uvalde? It's so ridiculous. So ridiculous. Oh, a tragedy happened. How can I use it for my political benefit? I'm not saying that I've never done this. Maybe I have. I don't think as in a grotesque as a way. But maybe someone will find it and say, what about when you said this? Maybe. But holy fuck, I'll be damned if I was ever going through someone's family who just had a family member killed and was going through like, oh, but look what you tweeted 3 years ago. Oh. A day later. But maybe the most ridiculous thing, you all know, what was the most ridiculous thing? I mean, it was pretty ridiculous to see Joe Biden cracking jokes last night. It's not like a deer wears Kevlar. Whatever. Yeah, almost 10,000 likes in that tweet. Yep. And it wasn't all bots because you could see the people that were defending it. Anyway, now, what was the most ridiculous thing that happened? I don't even think it's close. From someone on the left. Yeah. Beto. Now, Beto was going to take ARs. Then what? Correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't Beto asked here? Why are they saying I look like a pumpkin? Because I'm fat and I'm wearing an orange shirt? Who's saying that, though? But not difficult for me to see why they would say that. If I was wearing red, they'd say tomato. Yeah, Beto said he was going to take AR. Then didn't he just say here a couple months ago, no, we're not going to do that. Right. And now he's out there today. Back at it, right after Chuck. So I'll see if I can find the clip. I'm sure you've seen it if you're watching this. I think this is it. So Governor Abbott was basically talking about how horrible the situation is and things that they might try to do. And this is what Beto O'Rourke does. I think this is it.
Pass the mic to Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Sit down.
You're out of line and an embarrassment.
Sit down. Get out of
The next shooting is right now, and you're doing nothing.
No, he needs to get his ass out of here. This isn't the place to talk this over.
This is totally predictable when you...
Sir, you're out of line. Sir, you are out of line. Sir, you are out of line. Please leave this auditorium. I can't believe you're a sick son of a bitch that would come to a deal like this to make a political issue.
Pass the mic to Lieutenant.
That is amongst one of the most juvenile, selfish politicizations, disgusting that you'll ever see. The defense that I saw of people was, well, didn't Lauren Boebert or something like that on one of Beto's campaign rallies address him? Well, that's a little different than a governor the day after a mass shooting where children were killed discussing what happened. That's a little different. Haven't done anything. What's Beto's solution? Ban ARs? Then no, I didn't say that. To, well, wait a minute. Now you need to come up with, what's his solution? Sorry, parents. You wanted to hear what your governor had to say about this tragedy? You don't get to, because some skateboarding DUI having son of a bitch wants to make it about himself. Sorry. Oh, it's a shame that you lost kids, but you know what's really a shame? That Beto O'Rourke isn't on stage right now talking. That's exactly why. He did it because he knows that it'll get him donations from ActBlue. He did it because he knows the grandstanding will make people like Key Lime Platypus and Reedsters say, yay, great. That's why he did it. Steve Kerr was another one. Steve Kerr, again, came out using his platform, like last time, to say, oh, anti-gun, anti-gun, anti-gun. He's the head coach of the Golden State Warriors. Okay, but he wants to weigh in on it. Well, he also weighed in on defunding police and removing police officers from schools. Does that mean he wants these kids to die? He has blood on his hand? No, I don't think it means that at all. These are complicated situations. Not one solution that anyone's offered is one that will be perfect, that has only positives with no negatives. Reasonable people could disagree or agree with different solutions. But to sit there and act like my opponents are subhuman. Whoopi Goldberg said today, I don't want to hear one Republican talk about how they're sad about this. Fuck you. Like only you have morality? Fuck off. These moral grandstanding losers that offer nothing, that make life worse for people, that only care about themselves, that salivate when a tragedy comes along or a horrific incident because they say, oh boy, I could pretend to give a shit about this. Just like the pieces of shit that grandstanded about you about COVID, how important it was. You have to make sacrifices. Or do you want grandma to die? Then they didn't make sacrifices. They went about their lives the same. They went to the French Laundry and they went to hair salons. They went to Obama's party and they went to John Lewis's funeral. They didn't give a shit. They have massive deep freezes with expensive ice cream. They'll be just fine. $15 a gallon for gas, they're willing to pay it. Well, we had some leftists on here that I was willing to listen to their solutions, but they wanted to jump the gun so they could fuck off and be banned. So the whole thing disgusted me. I was disgusted with people on the right trying to make it a trans issue. It's not. Posting pictures. I mean, again, I can't tell you how many people I saw on Twitter posting pictures that were just not of the person. Don't do that. And if you're intentionally doing this to prove an agenda, you're a sick piece of garbage. And if you're not intentionally and you were just misled, please, before you post pictures of someone, be certain that you're right. And don't try to draw straws, draw these thin, this person, here they are. They're a Chicago Bears fan. That must be why they did it. Oh, they wear women's clothing. That must be why they did it. And on the left, anytime there's a shooting, use it as an excuse to take away the Second Amendment. And then the horrible shit that I showed. Now let's talk about potential solutions. I'm willing to hear anyone and the potential solutions they have. I will start with ones that I've heard and then we'll go from there. First one I heard was ban the Second Amendment. Which people were saying. Michael Ian Black said this. He was an actor. And people were agreeing with him. Get rid of the Second Amendment. Okay, put it to a vote. There's a process. We've gotten rid of amendments before, so do it. It'll take another amendment. Go ahead. Let's see if the votes are there for it. Chuck Schumer came out today and said, we're going to wait till November. Leave people have their voice in the votes. If this is such a dire issue, why don't the Democrats bring it to a vote right now? Ban all guns. Go ahead. Or whatever they want. Whatever their solution is. Go ahead, put it to a vote now. Why not? They control the House. They control the Senate. Put it to a vote. Even if it fails, at least you tried, right? Right? Why not? Well, they know that it's not popular. They're right now listening to their internal polling telling them how to go forward. That's what they're doing. Does that sound like people that have strong convictions about solving the problem? What's the internal polling say? Sound like strong convictions to you? Is it true that the Bill of Rights can't be gotten rid of? I don't believe so. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think that the amendment process is pretty universal, that if you had an amendment that said the right to keep and bear arms does not include the following firearms, I don't think that. We'll get to increased school security and stuff. We will. Second Amendment is primarily to stop government tyranny. That's what it's about. Why do we need a Second Amendment? You know why we need a Second Amendment? Ask the McCloskeys why we need a Second Amendment. Ask people that live in Portland. Ask people that live in Seattle. Ask the black kids that got killed in the Chaz zone why we need a Second Amendment. Because if a tyrannical government or a political government that doesn't give a shit about one side chooses not to use their police or military to defend you, you have the right to defend yourself. That's why. Because Rittenhouse would be dead right now. That's why. Because the same government that literally admitted that they were trying to make life as painful as possible for people that didn't take a medication that they wanted would encroach even further if you didn't have the right to defend yourself. That's why. That's why we have a Second Amendment. Ban assault weapons. Define assault weapon. Well, AR means assault rifle. It does not. Ban large magazines. Like handguns? We can get rid of handguns? Well, if we get rid of ARs, then what? If we get rid of ARs, the vast majority of homicides and suicides are from handguns. Are you going to ban them? Yeah, define large magazine. 10? How is it that the very people that tell us we have systemic racism and corrupt policing want the systemic racist and police to be the only ones that have weapons? Well, that's the truth, Aftershock. Most of these people want all guns banned, except for them and their security. That's what they want. You can have a reasonable discussion about something like bump stocks. Fair enough. I'm not so sure that the Second Amendment protects bump stocks. It's not a firearm. It's a firearm accessory. Be like a laser sight. You know, something like that. It's an accessory. Saying you can't have that. But the problem is that it'll never be enough. Let's say we ban ARs. Okay. Let's just get to the nitty-gritty of it right now. Let's get to the end of this. You ready? All the people demanding solutions, you can give them the keys to the castle. You could give Key Lime and say, okay, what's your solution? And their solution could be like, get rid of all guns. And let's say that somehow you could magically make that happen. That somehow people would comply, or there would be a way to eliminate all guns in the United States. Okay, let's say that hypothetically happened. Do we think that there would ever be a mass killing with children involved again? Yep. Then what? Well, blood's on your hands, Key Lime. Blood's on your hands. You didn't do enough. You sat back and let it happen. Oh, you're just going to react to the next thing? Now, of course, the response to that is, but you could lower the incidence. Sure. The reality is, with rights comes risks. Sorry. And the people that say, well, is it worth the death of children? Well, looking at it in a sick way like that, of course not. Like, if I could see in a crystal ball and someone said, Rob, that's a nice 30-06 you have there, but do you know, because you own that 30-06, that this child would die? And I could show it to you. I could give you definitive proof in this crystal ball. I would say, my God, get rid of that 30-06. But if your argument is, well, you wanting the right to have that gun, theoretically, that has a small, incredibly small chance that someday a kid could be harmed. How do you evaluate that? How's that any different than being like, oh, you have that car that could drive over 75 mile an hour? Well, you know, that makes it, there's an infinitesimal chance then that could make it more likely that a child ends up dying. Maybe you'll be in a wreck going 75 and you'll hit someone else and a child will die. Therefore, you have blood in your hands, right? If someone has an SUV that's going 76 mile an hour and kills someone, right? Blood on your hands. Unless you want all of those vehicles banned, unless you want the speed limit lowered to 45 mile an hour everywhere, right? Blood on your hands. That's freedom. There's risk. This conversation was made very clear with COVID. And I go back to the one panel debate I had where it was like there was a panel of 4 righties and 4 lefties, and it was actually a decent panel. And it was evident listening to that panel that the people on the right on that panel were like, we have these freedoms, and before they could be taken away or limited, the government must prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that it's necessary. And the left's position was, you must prove that you deserve these rights. And that's everything. That difference is everything. And before people get on me, yes, there are times when the government can limit your rights, even those in the Bill of Rights. For example, you have the right to keep and bear arms, right? I agree. Let's say you get arrested and you go to prison. Can you take your gun to prison? Of course not. We understand that you've lost your right at that point. So there's clearly a limit. There are times that we say, we acknowledge the government's allowed to step in. You have the right to peaceful assembly. If you go to prison, can you say, I want to go assemble with my friends down at the bar? No, you don't have that right. You're in prison. So this moral grandstanding, like, oh, well, you have blood in your hand. Anyone could play that game. You could. It's childish. It's juvenile. Why stop at the Second Amendment? How many children have committed suicide because of bullying, because of mean words? Should we ban children from being allowed online? Should we ban free speech? There's no free speech is dangerous. Most conflicts start as a result of a conversation people had. Think of the gang violence we could solve if you weren't allowed to have free speech. If you weren't allowed to freely assemble, think of the gang violence that could be solved. No. You people seem dangerous. We're not going to allow you to assemble together. Think of the violence that could be solved. Right? Oh, you're for people being allowed to assemble with the people they want? Well, then anytime there's a gang shooting, I guess you have blood on your hands, right? It's a childish way of looking at things. Anyone who suggests more laws restricting firearms, my question is this: what about the laws we already have on the books? Why aren't they enforced? I don't have the data in front of me, but the most recent data I could find the last time I was talking about this was like 2018 or 2019. There was something like 146,000 counts of people that were felons illegally trying to purchase firearms. In other words, you are told if you're convicted of certain crimes, you are no longer allowed to own a firearm. And yet, people still go out and try to purchase firearms. So there'll be a background check and they say, and then the background check comes back and says, you can't have this gun, you're a felon. The mere act of attempting to purchase a firearm when you know legally you're not allowed to have one is itself a crime. How many times did the federal government prosecute that? 4 or 5. Not 1,000. 4 or 5. I can't remember the exact number, but it was like single digits or double digits out of hundreds of thousands of times. So in other words, we have this law in the books that's designed to keep people we have deemed the most dangerous to have guns from getting guns, and it's never prosecuted. Instead, they want more laws to restrict law-abiding people. Why not enforce that law more? Speaking of which, why should I listen to Joe Biden talk about the need for new gun laws when he didn't say a damn word when his own son committed a crime trying to get a gun, knowing he legally wasn't allowed to have one? Why wasn't Hunter Biden prosecuted? Where were the Democrats on that? I don't recall hearing one prominent Democrat saying this is outrageous. We have a gun problem in this country. How dare you not prosecute these crimes of people that are dangerous drug offenders or dangerous criminals? Joe Biden's son was convicted of drug crimes. Clearly has a substance problem. Makes him not stable enough to own a firearm. Therefore, he should be charged with this crime. Oh yeah, he had a gun and tossed it in the dumpster. You're absolutely right, old gamer Mike. I forgot the exact specifics of it. So he had an illegal gun. And then dangerously threw it aside so that anyone could be able to get it. Maybe even a child. Was he charged? Oh, that was different though, right? That's different. How about, before we create more laws, we enforce the ones on the book even-handedly and equally? Not, the president's son could get away with it, but if you're a gangbanger, sorry. Not, well, we're choosing not to enforce this one law that's on the book. Let's find other laws that could keep more law-abiding citizens from having guns. Go ahead, find the lefties today that are streaming about banning guns, more gun laws. Find one of them that were like, yeah, and that's ridiculous. This Hunter Biden situation is ridiculous. Go ahead, find one of them. I challenge you. They might say it now, but they weren't saying it at the time. I don't know if he threw it away near a school or not. I don't see the new laws of people, background checks. I have to be honest, right? First, we have to say, would a background check have solved this guy? Correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm willing to say I fully admit I don't have all the details. I don't think anyone does. But it appears as if this 18-year-old passed a background check. From what I was reading, which seemed credible, he purchased these 2 guns shortly after his 18th birthday at a gun store, which required, it seems, some sort of background check. So unless that gun shop violated the law itself, which maybe they did, and if so, then they should be charged. But if he passed the background check, okay, what's the next level of background check that you're recommending? That Reedster guy came in and he was like, well, we should have expanded the terrorism background check. Okay, in what way? Secondly, how many mass shooters do we hear about that it's like the FBI was aware of him and it interviewed him? So if they're already aware and they're not doing anything, what makes you think if there was an additional level that they would do anything with that awareness? Red flag laws. And well, who will be most negatively affected by red flag laws? Soldiers, people that have PTSD, people that go and fight and die for our country, that then come back and are screwed up because of it. Now they'll be told that they have to give away one of the rights that probably as soldiers and servicemen, they appreciate more than any of us. But they'll be targeted. Red flag laws will operate very similarly to the no-fly list. Thank you, Truth is Light. Where you could be deemed to have a red flag and not even be aware of it. Maybe you just had a vindictive ex-boyfriend or ex-girlfriend. ban humans with right-wing ideology. I'm sure that's what's coming next. To me, a good start would be enforce the laws already on the books. That'd be a good start. Once they start doing that, maybe then we'll have a discussion that we need to adjust some things. That would be a good start. I don't see how any of those laws that I suggested, short of just, even the just ban guns, how are you going to do that? The problem is the guns already exist. We have a culture in this country that that's not going to happen. If you make guns illegal tomorrow, you've just created millions of criminals. That's all you've done. And you've exacerbated a potential civil war because people will die on that hill. Yeah, if there any sort of list should be public, absolutely. But it's intentional that's in the show. Look at the things they're doing. I mean, again, let's not look at things in a vacuum. You do have the World Economic Forum going on, which, maybe we'll talk about some of that tomorrow. The things they're saying are unbelievable about how they want to have total control over you. We see things that are coming out that they spied on you. In Canada, in the United States, they spied on you using your cell phone to determine social distancing. We have admissions from governments and from people in the World Economic Forum that they wanted to make your life miserable if you refused to take the medication they wanted. They're saying that you'll own nothing and like it. They're saying all of this stuff openly. And now we want to take away our right to defend ourselves for the great good. Trust them. They'll apply those lists judiciously. The same people that are saying we should censor people for disinformation, and we see how that goes. We see how one-sided that is. But trust them, when it comes to your Second Amendment, unlike the First, they'll apply it judiciously. Trust them. No, I'm sorry. No. The ship has sailed. You're not going to get rid of these guns. You're not. Ain't happening. Now, on specific guns, we already talked about that. And I'd be willing to debate people on this, no problem. Now, I saw the Squad and other people that were saying things like, or David Hogg type people that are alluding to that you have blood on your hands. Or, we're tired of these Republicans that do nothing. It's their fault that these kids died. Now, we've already talked about the ridiculous grandstanding. But okay, let's take that to its logical conclusion then, shall we? This is a difficult I was trying to talk to my wife about this a little before the show. And she understands what I'm saying, but she knows me. I don't know that I'm wording this as clearly as I can. So I'm going to try to take this slow. And it's sort of a difficult concept, but when we assess blame to something, there are different types of blame that we could assess. Let me give you an example using COVID. My stance on vaccines on COVID has been very simple. You should not trust me to make a decision on whether or not you should take a vaccine. You shouldn't. I'm merely saying that I'm against a mandate. I'm against you being forced to take it. But if you want to take it, you should absolutely have that right. That's it. I'm not even saying that it's good or bad. In fact, I said if pressed, my guess is for certain people that are at a higher risk category of something like COVID, then the vaccine probably makes sense. If you're 85, have COPD, you're in a long-term care facility that already had a bout of COVID come through, maybe in that situation, it's like, yeah, the vaccine makes sense. If you've already had COVID and got over it and you're a healthy, young 23-year-old, maybe it doesn't make sense. I don't know. Don't take my word for it. Find a healthcare professional you trust, have the conversation with them, make your own decision. That's what I say. Now, let's say I'm wrong. Let's say that actually we could look into a crystal ball and it would have been better for way more people in this country, factoring all things in, factoring the economy, factoring mental health, factoring everything, if we would have forced everyone to get vaccinated this one time with COVID. Let's say that that's hypothetically true. What amount of blame do I get then for people that would have died because they weren't forced to be vaccinated? Well, at the end of the day, if they died because they weren't vaccinated, it was still their choice. So it's very similar to me being like, I think you should have the right to eat trans fatty acids. That probably will result in people dying. But am I responsible for those deaths because I said I'm not going to force you not to? I don't think so. But even if you say, yeah, I think you do have some responsibility. You should have banned it. You should have forced them to take the jab. I think that that's a far different level of culpability than the inverse. And the inverse would be, what if you force someone to do something and then that kills them? So on one hand, if you say, hey, I think if you want to do that, go ahead. And then they do it and they die. Someone says, oh, you're to blame because you didn't force them to stop. Versus if you say, I'm forcing you to do X. And then they do X and then they die or they get harmed. That's a completely different level of culpability. Does everyone get that principle? Am I explaining that? Just give me a yes if you understand that principle, or a no if you don't think I'm explaining it. Aftershock says yes, but Aftershock thinks like me, so I'm not surprised. Okay, if you don't understand, let me know and I'll try to clarify it. But given that, if we're going to play that game in this situation with the school shooting, if me saying, I think you should have the right to exercise your Second Amendment rights, if that means that if some lunatic goes out and shoots someone, I'm responsible, okay, if that's what the left's going to tell me today, have to care about deaths of children, right? Let's go back in time a little then, shall we? Keep that in mind. Let's go back in time for a minute. I seem to remember a certain administration getting egg on their face because they relied on the Taliban for security at an air base in Afghanistan. Now, the Taliban, which had at that point, when we gave up Bagram Air Base, freed ISIS allegedly, but then somehow they didn't protect our troops when ISIS allegedly killed our troops and civilians at the air base. So Biden had egg on his face, the Biden administration, but it was cool because within a day or two, they got him. They did it. It was ISIS-K, which I'd never heard of, but it was ISIS-K, and Biden got him. He got him. And the intel agencies were like, we got him, and they were all on board. We did it. We did it. We got him, says our Biden administration and the intel agencies. And we got him all right. We did. We did get him. You know who them were? Children. That's who we killed. Children. They didn't die because we said, hey, those kids should have the right to eat trans fatty acids. Or, hey, their parents should have the right to own firearms. That's not why they died. They died because they were directly killed by the Biden administration. Children. Now the same people on the left that are telling me because I respect our Constitution and the right to keep and bear arms, I have blood on my hands because of that, just cheered sending $40 billion to the exact same intel agencies that gave the intel to kill those children, then investigated themselves and determined no one was at fault. Who do you think that sounds like, given that principle we talked about, has blood on their hands more? Me, who passively said people should have the right to exercise their freedoms, or them that actively cheered for the giving of money and the financing of the very people that bombed children? I guess those children don't matter though, right? Those kids didn't matter. Weirdly enough, I don't recall David Hogg speaking out about it. I didn't hear Whoopi Goldberg say anything. Didn't see Beto O'Rourke charging a stage. Didn't hear Joe Biden talking about it. He signed the bill. Didn't hear any of these Democrats. Isn't that strange? Huh. Why is it that they don't care about those children? Interesting. So them actually sending money to the group that killed children and then lied about it, and then when caught said, well, we investigated ourselves and we did nothing wrong. That's A-okay. No problem. But you saying, look, it's in the Constitution. You have a right to own a firearm. If some lunatic uses that right to kill children, you're responsible. Biden lied, children died, Beto hide. Right. Now, let me be clear. Let me Do I think that if, let's use someone for example, do I think if Dylan Burns said, yes, I'm for giving $40 billion through the intel agencies to weapons manufacturers and to Ukraine, do I think that he's responsible for those kids that died in Afghanistan? No, I don't. I think that it's a bad decision for reasons I've already said. I debated Bastiat on this very question on the Crucible. I think sending that money was a bad thing, but I don't think Bastiat has blood on his hands as far as the deaths of these children in Afghanistan. I could see how a person would come to the conclusion to send that money. But that's not the fucking benefit of the doubt that so many on the left are giving someone like me. Just think about that. So they didn't give a shit when the gun laws on the books aren't enforced. They didn't give a shit when Joe Biden's son was getting off scot-free for violating guns on the books. Didn't care about that. Didn't give a shit about kids when the Biden administration was bombing kids, and then they were sending more funding to those same organizations. Didn't care about that. But they're going to grandstand now about how, oh, you're if you appreciate the Second Amendment, you're responsible for this. Now, let me be clear. Anyone who doesn't have their heart ripped thinking about what it must be like to be one of these parents who just lost a child is not human. I don't care what your stance on guns is. You could be the staunchest Second Amendment defender that there is, and you could totally understand how horrific what these parents are going through. Absolutely. And furthermore, let me say something that people might not agree with me in. As far as I'm concerned, especially now, but basically forever as far as I'm concerned, these parents have carte blanche to say whatever they want. If one of these parents would come out today and would happen to be watching my show and say, fuck you, you piece of shit, I blame you for my children's death, I'd just be like, I don't think I'm at fault, but I understand you saying that. The loss they went through, I cannot imagine that pain. And with pain like that, you're searching for anything. You're searching for any meaning. And you might say all kinds of things that are just, I'll give you an example. I had to go to a DUI class once. I'd never had a DUI, but I was friends with someone who did. And that person went through the ARD classes. And you have to take a family member or a friend to one day of the class. Usually it's a family member. But this person was a college student whose family was out of state. So they were unable to come to the class. So they asked if I would go. And I said, sure, I would go. And one of the things that they did was they had, there was all kinds of stuff that happened, but they made you go through the person who got the DUI telling how it happened. By the way, DUI, some places call it DWI, drunk driving is what I'm talking about. So if you got the drunk driving, you had to go, I was at the bar, I was with a friend, only had one or two drinks, but I left and the cop pulled me over and I breathalyzed and I was over, you know. And then they'd be like, mom would be there and they'd be like, Mom, how did you find out? And the mom would be like, I was in bed. I got the call. I was ashamed that my son had got a DUI. You know, that's how it went. You know, and then it came to me and, you know, I wasn't really like that. I was in the car with my friend when he got the DUI, you know, and I was like, thanks, Khalil. They're like, well, why weren't you driving? I was like, I was drunk. I was going to walk home, but my friend was like, you want to ride? I said, sure. But I wasn't driving drunk, but nonetheless. Then they brought on a dad who lost a daughter, I believe, if I remember, son or a daughter, but to a drunk driver. And it's heartbreaking. You know, this guy's up there crying and he's talking about this kid got killed by a drunk driver. And, you know, I guess the intended effect is obviously to make you think twice before you do that because there are unintended consequences. Okay. But then he's crying and it's sad and he finishes his story and he says, and that's why I believe that anyone who's ever had even one beer or glass of wine that then drives ought to spend 20 years in prison. That's stupid. That's unfeasible. There's no evidence that would solve any deaths. One beer or one glass of wine isn't going to intoxicate you to the point where it makes accidents any statistically more prevalent. Even if it did, everyone who's ever did that, even if they're not in a wreck, if they just get pulled over, should spend 20 years in jail. It's just not feasible. But you understand why he would say that. I mean, his kid's dead. So you're not going to be like, oh, fuck you, you know. You're just like, oh. You know? It's the same now. Like, your kid dies, you know, like, I don't know what I would say. I'd like to think I would say I understand that the Second Amendment's not responsible for this, you know. I don't know. I can't. And I knew that I couldn't imagine it before, but now just having a kid, I can't imagine. I can't imagine. I just don't know. So I'm not going to sit here. You won't see me sit here and be like, you know, because, you know, maybe parents of some of these victims or the family of some of these victims will come out and they'll say, I blame this person. I blame Abbott, or I blame Beto, or I blame, you know, and it's like, I understand where they're coming from. So I just thought I would say that. I'm not gonna. I think that we all need to understand that, but being that emotionally invested doesn't mean that you have the best solution going forward. It doesn't. On either side of it. I just want to be clear. Other solutions that have been suggested. Provide security at every entrance. First, let's cut right to the chase. Is that going to stop every school shooter? Nope. For example, if this guy was determined to do what he did and he walks in, he might have just opened fire as he's walking in and hit the one security guard. Had there been a security guard, would it have been less likely? Sure, that this would have happened. But there are other problems. Is there a negative effect for kids to see an armed guard at school every day? I don't know. I think that their safety would be outweighed by that, but that's potentially an issue that we would have to talk about. What if that person, you know, people say that, or arm the teachers. You seen some of these teachers on TikTok? You want them brandishing a weapon? I mean, there's no guarantee that some lunatic teacher can't do something horrible. Now, the response to that is, well, so they could do that now. True. You know, there's a cost issue. I don't know exactly how much it would cost for these sort of things. When I went to school, like I'll tell you, so I graduated in 2002. When I got to school, it was a weird time because I listened to my parents. Like when my dad went to school, he went to the same high school. Like people just had their guns in their car. Like everyone was a hunter. So you had your turkey season, you had your gun in your car, and you left school and you went hunting. No one gave a shit. Didn't care at all. Kind of like that when I went, but you couldn't advertise it. If you said, by the way, my gun's in my car, the school would have probably flipped out. But you could see people's pickups with gun racks, and there's a gun, and no one said shit. I did have a friend that got expelled for having a pellet gun, which is a weird story, but nonetheless. But nowadays, like, no way you could do that. Like, people would go nuts. So it's different times, you know. I believe I was just at my old high school for a concert, and I believe, now to get into that concert, there were no guards, but they did have a metal detector set up, which was completely new. That wasn't there when I went to school. So even that little school, apparently, I don't know, I didn't ask my sister if they have an armed guard, but apparently on most school days, they have checkpoints you got to come through. I don't really have a favorite emote. If it's not guns, it'll be something else. Yeah, I mean, to a point. But guns are easier than those other things. They're more prevalent, at least currently. So, and I don't mind people saying, I do think that it's a cop-out to just say, well, they'll use a knife, they'll use a bomb, they'll use a car. Yeah. But if we see that the mass prevalence of these things are occurring with something, and I think we do our due diligence to say, what can we do to try to limit this? We're all acknowledging here, we're all adults, or at least have the brains of adults, that we can acknowledge nothing will prevent all of this. Shit's inevitable. But we could try to come up with solutions to make things better. You know? So I don't mind trying to come up with solutions with this gun issue, particularly in these schools. So at the end of the day, I do think that the benefits of having armed guards in school outweigh the negatives. There are negatives. There are costs associated. And by no means will this be an end-all be-all. But I think that it's probably a step in the right direction. But the solutions you hear from the left, like get rid of ARs and stuff, well, yeah, I mean, Alley Cat, you're right. After gun bans, like the assault weapon ban that happened before, after it was reinstated, violence continued to go down, or after it was taken away, violence continued to go down. What other solutions do people have? You know, people say this a lot. It's a mental health crisis. Is it? I mean, yeah, to a degree. But that's a broad category. Right? Or is it more of a specific mental health crisis? Now, in general, as someone who works in a field with people with developmental disabilities, I think that we do a terrible job at providing services to people that have different mental abilities, conditions, and things like that. So I agree in general when people say, well, we need more mental health services. I agree with that, right? But to me, it seemed, and I just want to clarify by saying I'm not an expert. I'm just throwing this out, just gut feeling. To me, it seems like it's a specific type of mental health that's doing these mass shootings. For example, I don't think that it's like people that just your average depressed person or your average person with anxiety. It seems to fit a pattern. It seems to be people that are on SRDs, that don't have strong male figures in their life, that were the victims of violence and stuff like that, or bullying. Seems to kind of fit a more specific pattern. Maybe one of the first things we could do is try to identify more of patterns as to the type of things that lead to this. Maybe that's something we need to do. And then from there, once you identify that, try to see warning signs and intervene earlier before it comes to this. You know, anti-bullying campaigns. It sounds good, but what is bullying? I was a bully. But let me ask people here. Let me ask the people in the audience. Were any of you bullies in schools? Yeah, I mean like no dad in the family, yeah. I was a bully. I absolutely was. I was also bullied. When I was a bully, I thought I was the good person. I was fucking merciless. I had one of the quickest wits making fun of people that you could imagine. I was kind of a poor person. I was friends with other people that were poor, and I was friends with people that were held back grades because they weren't as smart. I was friends with people that people called dirty and smelled bad and things like that. And when I saw that, I was fucking ruthless at the people that did that to them. Sometimes too far. I didn't beat people up. I was in one or two fights, but it wasn't that type of bully. But if you did something that I thought, I've always had this sort of affinity for the underdog. Like one of the most pissed off I ever was when this kid I knew had this video called Bum Fights. This was big back in the day, like when I was in high school. Some asshole went around paying homeless people to beat the shit out of each other and then filmed it. Man, does that shit piss me off. Because it's like, you know, punch up. That's how I looked at it. You want to make fun of someone in a higher station than you. Don't make fun of people that have mental disabilities or people that are homeless, people that are poor and don't have access to shower. Maybe their family doesn't care as much, so they're not wearing deodorant. That shit pissed me off. And I was brutal. Absolutely brutal. I'd have people tell me years later, I used to be in tears. I'd be like, good. That's what you get. Making fun of people that weren't able to defend themselves. But I now realize as an adult, like there was a better way to handle it. There is. But what I'm getting at is this idea of bullying, half the people, I'm not going to use any specific examples because I don't want anyone in my family to get pissed off or my friends to get pissed off. But I knew people that were chronic victims of bullying. And then you looked into it and they themselves were also bullies. I saw this girl and told her she looked like shit. It looked like she got her clothes at Goodwill and they looked ugly. And then she called me fat and kept calling me fat. And I went to the principal and told her I couldn't take it anymore. I didn't want to be in school. You started that shit. You started it. You made fun of them. They made fun of you back. You said that's bullying. Most of it's not. There is bullying that's one-sided. Don't get me wrong. But most of it's mutual. And now we just say, we've embraced victimhood culture so much that it's like, I'm bullied. Yeah, I got bullied. That's when I became good. I got made fun of all the time. I had dandruff, I had skin condition. I wore poor clothes. I used to be the sweatpants kid. Up until 4th or 5th grade, I wore sweatpants every day. I was kind of overweight. So I got made fun of. And I got really, really, really good at making fun of people back. Sue Kleinbold. Yeah, that may be something I'd be interested in, yeah. But, I'm not so sure that actual bullying... Yeah, now you see the alphabet mob doing the bullying, yeah. I'm not so sure that type of bullying is what's leading to these school shootings. Maybe, but maybe abuse at home. Or physical abuse. I don't know. I'm not qualified to make these I have other theories. I have a theory. What's changed? I think back in the day, someone fucked with you and you got tired of it. You punched them in the mouth. And maybe they hit you back and kind of if it didn't breeze over really, but it was an outlet. Ugh. Now it's if you would hit someone in the mouth, the police would be involved and you'd be expelled from school. My dad told me when he was in school, the same high school I went to, he was 20 years older than me. So this would have been, he would have graduated in 82. Though I don't think my dad ever graduated. But you get the idea. Late 70s. His gym teacher, if he found out you had a feud with someone, he'd make you put the gloves on. Then the kids would bet nickels on who'd win the fight. And he'd leave one beat the piss out of the other. And once it was over. He'd break them up and that was it. Maybe it doesn't get to the level of bringing a gun then. Because there's an outlet. I don't know. I'm just guessing. But something's changed. The mental health of kids it's crazier, I don't think social media helps. I think that it used to be, you had a problem at school and then when you're at home, you might even have problems at home, but they're different problems. It's escapes you. Now I feel like kids feel you do something stupid and you get picked on at school and then it goes on social media and it follows you everywhere. It's just part of you everywhere forever. And people don't forget. You did something stupid in 9th grade when I was in school. By 11th grade, people didn't remember that shit. But now it's it's there forever. Everyone sees it. They can keep talking about it. Kids not having a purpose or living up to expectations, that could be part of it. But I don't know. I'm not qualified to make these types of, I don't know. But I can say that there is something different. It's not just the gun. There's something psychologically damaged with these people that are doing this stuff. I don't know if there's an easy fix. It's easy to just say, well, we need increased services for mental health. I agree with that statement, but you got to know where to direct it, exactly how that's going to solve the problem. I don't know. Yeah, that's what I said. SRD, psychotropic drugs. Yeah, there could potentially be. I've seen it. I've seen it in my line of work. Most people I work with are on psychotropics. I've seen what happens when it goes slightly awry. You won't believe that it's the same person. Violence, harassment, just from a slight change in medication or adding of a medication or Tim Pool said something today's show that shows true. We've all been raised on television to believe that one day we'll all be millionaires and movie gods and rock stars, but we won't. And we slowly learned that, and we're very, very pissed off. Yeah, it's something I've talked about before. I have certain milestones, certain moments that occurred in my life that have shaped who I am. One of the most important moments was this. This is kind of a long-winded story, but I'll tell it because it kind of fits in with this. I was a drunk. Like, by the time I graduated high school, my first semester in college, been like 2002, 2003. I was very good. I went to class every time. I was getting all A's and B's at Clarion University, small state school. I was going for journalism. Basically, I was going to be a journalist, communication. And my second semester, I took this debate class, and I loved it. I loved arguing, and I was like, oh, this is great. I liked my professor a lot. It was a lot of fun. Now, in this particular class, your final was you had to do a debate and write a big paper, or you could go to this debate tournament. So I elected to go to the debate tournament, and so I wouldn't have to do the paper. Then there was a big party the night before the debate tournament, and I got absolutely hammered, and I was drinking till like 3, 4 in the morning. So I stumble into like 7:30 in the morning. I stumble to tell the debate coach / professor, yeah, I'm not going to go. Something came up, And he's like, bullshit, get in the car. We're going to get you clothes. Come on. And that was that. I was like, okay. I was too weak-willed to be like, no. So I went, and then I won the tournament. It was a rookie tournament. It was even lower division than novice. It was just for people that had never debated before. You got to do that tournament. So I won the tournament, and I was hooked. And from there on out, I was like, my goal, I remember talking the night that I won the tournament to my coach and to the two debaters that were the best debaters on the team. And they're like, do you like this? What do you want to do? And I said, I want to qualify for the national debate tournament. That's what I want to do. That's my goal, to reach the top level, to be one of the top 70 teams in the country. That was my goal, which they told me, they're like, it's very difficult. It is very difficult to go from no experience whatsoever. You basically got 4 years to make it to that top level. It's very difficult. Okay. But that was my goal. And so there were decisions that we made, and myself and my team made, that were geared towards that. For example, I could have stayed at the lowest division novice and kept winning tournaments, but I didn't want to, because I knew in the long run, the best chance I had to be as best as I absolutely could was to debate the best competition. So I tried to bump up as soon as I could to debate the best people. So long story short, the way to qualify for that, basically, there's several ways, but the way I was going to qualify was at the end of the year, you have a district tournament. And at that tournament, if you are one of the top 3, 4 teams, depending on how many teams are participating, you get to go to the national debate tournament, which is basically the top 72 teams in the country. But it's not just 72 teams, because each school could have up to 3 teams. So it's not like the NCAA basketball tournament where if there's 68 teams, that's 68 schools. In this, it's like there's 72 or 78, I can't remember teams, but there's probably only like 30 schools. So to be Clarion University and be there with Northwestern and Harvard and the Military Academy and, all these big schools is pretty prestigious. And certainly Clarion, to my knowledge, I don't know if a state school had ever made it, but Clarion had certainly never. Anyways, so my junior, what would be the equivalent of my junior year, I busted my ass. My partner busted his ass. And we practiced really hard, and we're going to make the national debate tournament. And we get into the last round. I don't know if it was the last round or the second to last round, but we needed to win to make it, and we lost. And it sucked. And I'd watched when I came in, the guy that I looked up to that was the best debater on the team when I got there, he didn't make it. He lost. And he was devastated him. So I remember it's like, we were coming back from D.C. The tournament was in D.C. So it's hours and hours that you're in the van. And at some point, everyone's sleeping except the guy driving, and I'm in the back just thinking to myself. And I was like, this is the greatest thing that's ever happened to me. And the reason I thought that was, I realized I thought my life was a movie. I thought that I was the equivalent of Rocky, that I was chasing the chicken and hitting the meat, and doing the one-arm push-up, except it was studying, it was reading, it was practice debating until 2, 3 in the morning. How could I lose? I'm the good guy. I'm doing everything right. I can't lose. This is what I'm supposed to do. Every book I've read, every TV show I've ever seen, every video game I've ever played says, if you do these things, you win. But you don't, because life's not that. And that, I knew that in the back of my head, but to have it crystallized like that was like, oh yeah. Sometimes you could be the nice guy. You could do everything right. You could work 60, 70 hours a week. And life kicks you anyways. Thank you, Red. I really appreciate the following. Maybe do everything right for your kid. You're reading all the parenting books. You're feeding them the best. You're putting an active interest. You're reading them books every night. Maybe they get sick anyways. Life's shit. It's shit like that. It just is. It's not a fairy tale. It's not. And then the next year, we tried real hard, me and my partner. We got in a huge blow up right before that tournament. And we talked to each other and we were like, you know what? You know what's more important than qualifying? Us maintaining our friendship. So we're not going to fight anymore. We're just going to go. We're going to have fun. This will be our last tournament. Whatever happens, happens. And we won. We made it to the national debate tournament. We didn't do very well at the national debate tournament. But I made my goal, which I'm glad I did. But if I won, it would have been okay. But I think that so many people look at the world like I did, where it's like, I'm the center. I'm the main character in this movie. I'm the main character in this TV show. I'm the good guy. What I do is good, and I win in the end. And I say this a lot to people. If you're religious, fine. You win in the end, and that if you follow the tenets of your religion, for me, Christianity, then you go to heaven. And that's more important than everything. But on this world, you're not guaranteed to win. Eventually, we'll get that corrupt FBI. All of the corrupt establishment people, they'll go down eventually. We'll win in the end. Will we? All empires fall. We're not going to leave the World Economic Forum win. We'll see. I'll keep fighting, but it ain't guaranteed, and you're a fool to think it is. And so I do think it's difficult. I hear this a lot in college, for example. I hear this, that I saw a poll that said, I actually wish I had it in front of me. And what it was a study. They did a bunch of different majors and they asked people that were in those majors, so students that were getting these degrees, how much do you expect to make with this degree when you graduated? And it was insane. Like engineers were sort of close. Other than that, I mean, like people that were getting ed degrees were like, I think I'll be making $100,000 a year. And it's like average salary, $43,000. What happens when that shock hits you? You're like, oh shit. I thought I went to school. I did what people told me. I went to school. I got this degree. Now I make a shitload of money. No, you don't. Yeah, you're the main character, but no one said the genre. How does one believe in an all-powerful, all-good God after 19 kids got gunned down? I'm not someone to talk theology very often, but I'll say this. Belief in God isn't belief that pain and suffering, even of the most horrendous type, doesn't happen. The belief is that all of it will be made good in the end. I guess that's the answer I could give. But yeah, aftershock. So to that point, like, are there kids in school? I mean, then there's something tangentially the concept that I've read it somewhere, like the idea of fighting dragons, right? We all have this huge purpose in life. And say that you're on the left, particularly, and your purpose is, and let's be clear about this, it is an admirable quality to say, I want to protect people that I think need protecting. Now, it could obviously be taken to an extreme in a bad place, but that gut feeling doesn't make you a bad person. In fact, it's something that I share. I just got done talking about how I get pissed when people mess with the homeless or the disabled. But what happens when you realize that fight's not out there that you thought it was? You're looking at Malcolm X or Martin Luther King, you know? And you're like, yes, look at those heroes. I want that fight. Well, what's out there for you? Pronouns? But they think they're fighting that. They think they're fighting that civil rights battle. They're not. They're the bad guys now, in many cases. They're trying to get Ricky Gervais canceled for telling funny jokes. And they think they're Martin Luther King. Because you need that dragon. You need the dragon to slay. So I don't know. There could be a lot of students that they get this grandiose vision. I mean, there's a lot. I mean, I'm just spitballing here. I don't know. I haven't thought of these things deeply. You know, I can't tell you. My sister's 20 years younger than me. Now I have a son that's 17 months old. So he's obviously not into that stage where he's interacting like in school and things like that. But my sister's 20 years younger, you know, and I remember watching her growing up in different stages. And when I was in school, the pie in the sky dream, if you would ask me when I was in 5th grade, what was I going to be? NFL player. Now, I didn't have the stature to be an NFL player, even if I would have busted my ass. The best I could have done was been a serviceable small college player. I was okay in high school, though. I was okay. But if I would have worked harder, maybe I could have been better. I don't think I would have ever made it to the NFL. I just don't think I was gifted with those skills. But there were people would say stuff like that. Like, I can't tell you how many marine biologists, kids I went to school with, that were like, I want to be a marine biologist. And then I saw Life Aquatic, and I was like, oh, yeah, I get it. You know, but now it's like, you ask people, you know, my sister asked her, was like, what are the people in your school? What do you want to be? YouTuber. That's what I want to be. Twitch streamer, which I guess I made it. Yeah. But they think they're all going to be PewDiePie. You're more likely to be me. Maybe make 10, 20 bucks a night. Maybe on a good night, someone will give you 20 subs. Thank you so much, C-Will. It's incredible. But the chances of you having a great living being a streamer, especially if the next generation, everyone's saturating that. But I don't know. There's a lot of problems. But there's no easy solution to the mental health problem with students. Best I could do is a sub and a beer. I'll take it. You know, I don't know. And then, you know, you see some of these shooters were like incels and people like that. You know, I don't know. So it's complicated. I'm just saying that on that line of it's not. So, you know, I think that, you know, my solutions would be this. One, enforce the gun laws that are already on the books before you want more odious gun laws that only law abiders. Because how do we know you enforce the new law if you're not enforcing the current laws? Step one. Second, I do think if we're going to be spending billions of dollars in other countries, that we could cut some of that money, at least in public schools, to make sure that there is security at those schools. Will it solve everything? No. Are there potential problems with that? Sure. But I think that the good outweighs the bad on that. Anyone else? Anyone else have a suggestion that I haven't covered? You know, mental health services. Yeah, we need to do more to identify what could lead to these things. We need to do more to understand how social media and things like that have exacerbated the situation. And when we do find those things out, maybe provide more money for services in those areas. But that's not a deep answer. Any Joe Schmo could tell you that. Gun education in school, possibly. I don't know how that stops this situation. Maybe education as far as what to do if there's an active shooter. Yeah. Thank you, Gizmo. I really appreciate it. Well, I mean, there's, you know, yeah, bringing back shame to single moms, that's difficult to do. That has to do with it. But I do think that what you're implying is we need to culturally enforce the nuclear family, which, by the way, is what groups like Black Lives Matter were doing the exact opposite of. But yeah, absolutely, 2-parent households. You don't think that any gun control laws work? They don't. Maybe not. But I don't think that, for example, I don't think if we would repeal Pennsylvania background checks, which in Pennsylvania we have background checks, I don't think that that stops this shooter the other day. So what I'm saying is before, even if you think that gun laws don't work, right? Okay. Before we impose new gun laws, at least enforce the ones that are on the book. Damn, Gizmo. Sorry to hear that, man. Entertain training before purchasing firearms. It could be something. Now, I was fortunate enough that I had some training because I had to take a hunter safety course here in Pennsylvania to get my hunter's license. I don't know what the law is now, but it used to be unless you were 18, I believe, 16 or 18. But I was 12 when I went through the hunter safety course, and they did gun safety there. And then because I was in Boy Scouts, we did a lot of youth field days and stuff that did gun safety. And so, but I don't know. Yeah, Red, I wouldn't mind that at all. I don't know how much later I'm going to be on here, but yeah, I take guests, no problem. Thank you, D-Nice. But it just feels gross. You know, what I talk about normally is sort of the politics. That's what I talk about, you know. And it just felt gross that so many people exploiting this. And I equally find the people that are like, well, let's talk solutions. Let's talk solutions. I find that to be one of the most... It's one of those things, you see this all the time, where these people have these takes that are like cliched, that they think makes them sound magnanimous, like they're above the fray. Well, you're all talking about being ashamed of what Beto O'Rourke did. We're talking about solutions. Or, you know, actually, both sides do it. You know, that crowd, it's like, could you say anything less constructive? Cool. What's your solution? Right, Kyle, that's the problem. We don't have a government that we could trust. If you had a noble government that was like, look, we'll outline a clear standard of what this training would be, or that's one thing. But do you really trust that they're just going to stop? Is it true that they had a bulletproof vest? Look for signs like that? Yeah, yeah, you're right, Computer Carnage. It's constantly this, oh, I want solutions. Cool, what's your big solution? And then it's just some bullshit talking point. Well, mental health services. Great, what's that mean? Well, expand the terrorism watch list. Great, how would that have stopped this? You want to talk solutions? Let's get to it. What's your solution? Explain how it would have solved this particular problem. I don't disagree, Kyle. Is there any other points that people want to talk on this particular topic? Oh, Discord? Sure. I have a link. I think someone just posted it. I think that link still works, but I could post another. No, I don't disagree, Kyle. That's the problem. And that's the exact problem with the left on gun control. Like when you listen to them, well, ban assault weapons. Well, what do you mean? Oh, you know, automatic. Yep, that's basically already banned. You don't... Right? Well, okay. Well, we need to ban like pull one trigger, one bullet comes out. So that's every handgun, basically. Well, no, not handguns, just long rifles. Oh, okay. So all long rifles. Yeah. Ban all long rifles. So we can still have shotguns and handguns. Yeah. Well, you're aware that the majority of homicides and suicides occur with handguns, right? Well, but we're not talking about banning them. Okay, fine. Let's give you your way. We get rid of long rifles. Okay, now? Oh, we still have all these. Well, we already got rid of them and things are all right, so ban handguns. Okay, we banned them. Now what? Well, now people are dying of shotguns. We might as well get rid of them. They want to ban them all, except for themselves and their security guards. That's what it is. They constantly, again, I play this clip all the time. I'll play the clip again, regardless of what you think of them. I can't put it more succinctly than this. This is basically what the gun control stuff is.
I just don't understand how it gets to the point where
things get to terrible places one tiny step at a time. If I encroach on you and I'm sophisticated about it, I'm going to encroach 2 millimeters. I'm going to encroach right to the point where you start to protest. Then I'm going to stop. Then I'm going to wait. Then you're going to calm down. Then I'm going to encroach again right to the point where you protest. Then I'm going to stop. Then I'm going to wait. And I'm just going to do that forever. And before you know it, you're going to be back 3 miles from where you started, and you'll have done it one step at a time. And then you'll go, oh, how'd I get here? And the answer was, well, I pushed you a little farther than you should have gone, and you agreed. And so then I pushed you a little farther than you should have gone again, and you agreed. And if anybody's interested in this sort of process, and this is...
But that's the gist of it. That's what they do with gun control. That's exactly what's happening. Just bump stocks, just background checks, just ARs. Trust us, just ARs. Just handguns with large magazines. That's all. Just handguns with large magazines. Well, just handguns that aren't revolvers. Just them. That's it. We'll be done then. Right? That's it. Well, what do you really need a revolver for? You're not using a revolver for hunting. Hunting rifles? Well, okay, you can have hunting rifles, but you don't really need a magazine more than like 2 or 3 shots. Actually, what do you really need a hunting rifle for? Actually, meat's bad anyway, so you really don't need a hunting rifle. Even things like shotguns. Again, if we're not really concerned with hunting, why would you need a shotgun? In other countries, in Europe, they have gun bans and things go great there. So why don't we what do we really have a Second Amendment for? What do we need it at all? We don't really need a Second Amendment, right? What's your need for it? You don't have to worry about defending yourself against tyranny. The government has Apaches and nuclear weapons. You can't defend yourself against that anyway, so we might as well just get rid of it all. Until they get exactly what they want. The same people that wanted to defund the police and didn't want the police to protect you don't want you to have the right to protect yourself. That was the lesson of the Rittenhouse trial and everything that surrounded it. They repeatedly said, the police, leave them burn themselves out. Don't send the police into these rioters. And what did I say over and over? I told this, I don't know how many times I said this as it was occurring. I said, look, we should probably send the National Guard. And again, let's go back and look after the George Floyd thing, exactly what was going on, right? We saw riots that were occurring all across the country, over and over, right? Some places like Philadelphia, Atlanta, Milwaukee, Seattle, Portland, they were occurring many, many times. Serious damage being caused, serious people being harmed. May 30th, 31st, they tried to break into the White House. They set a guard station on fire. Tom Cotton then writes an op-ed talking specifically about New York and other places, doesn't mention D.C. by name, but it occurs right after that. Says maybe we should send the National Guard in. The New York Times, basically all their reporters boycott until they remove Tom Cotton's op-ed. Now, I had said at that point that maybe we should consider sending the National Guard. And a friend of mine that contacted me and said, listen, some of our mutual friends have privately reached out to me and said they will never talk to you again. I said, for what? Well, because you're an authoritarian because you want to send the National Guard in. By the way, every single one of those friends that contacted my friend that said, because I said maybe send the National Guard in, that I was an authoritarian, every single one of them completely cheered for the National Guard being outside the Capitol after January 6th. So when it was them perceiving as a group that they liked being attacked, all of a sudden they were like, no, we need the National Guard. They didn't consider themselves authoritarians. And so I did a big show and I was like, let me explain again why I'm for the National Guard. I'm actually not for sending the National Guard in. I actually think that it's problematic. I don't want to see U.S. troops on the streets of the United States protecting us from United States citizens. I think that that's a troubling precedent. And I think that there are real concerns of encroaching authoritarianism once that stuff starts. However, the way I see it, it is the least bad option that we have. Still a bad option, but the least bad option. Because the best option's been taken off the table. The best option is that these Democratic governors and Democratic mayors use their police force to stop the rioting. But they won't. They didn't in Kenosha. They didn't in New York. They didn't in Philadelphia. They didn't in Atlanta. They didn't in Milwaukee. Either they intentionally held the police back, which is what happened almost all the time, or the police weren't sufficient. That leaves us with a few options. The first option is you just let the rioters do whatever they want. That's not a good option. Once you show people, literally there will be no consequences for you looting and rioting and harming people, it will continue. That's not a good option. The second option is sending in the National Guard. Not a good option, but better than the first. And the third option is if you don't send in the National Guard, what's likely to happen, thank you, I appreciate it. What's likely to happen is people will take matters into their own hands. Pogroms. People will say, we've had enough. We are going to come together as a community, arm ourselves, and we are going to fight back against the rioters. That's what's going to happen. And people will die. That's what I said. That's exactly what I said would happen. And then enter Kenosha, which is exactly what happened. Exactly. And the left lost their fucking minds. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Well, of course, that's the predictable outcome. The police stood down. They watched the shit happen. That's what the mayor of Kenosha wanted because the media bullshitted about the Jacob Blake case. So the mayor of Kenosha was like, we don't want a fucking international incident here. Oh boy, cops shoot black man. Oh my goodness. Now that case was bullshit and massively blown out of proportion. But because of that, the cops, they didn't want to be seen as the bad guys. So the mayor's like, stand down. Okay, well, people get tired of their shit being looted and burned down night after night. So they started to defend it, like Rittenhouse. That's the future you called for. But these people said that I was an authoritarian because that's what I wanted. That's what occurred. So now the same people that are telling you, well, we want the police, we don't think the McCloskeys in St. Louis. Okay, imagine this. You live in a gated home. A mob breaks into your gate. A mob that you've seen looting and rioting elsewhere. They break into your gate. What did the McCloskeys do? Called their security for their little community. Security doesn't respond. So they call the police. Police says, we're not coming. They say, okay, we legally own firearms. We'll defend our own property. No, they're like, you can't do that. Ask Vosh. Ask Vosh what he said Rittenhouse should have done. Fell to his knees and prayed that he wasn't killed. That's your rights. That's what they want. They want a system where their shock troopers and people that share their ideology can engage in any violence that they want against you. They can defend themselves with weapons or elsewise. They can engage and intimidate you in any way that they want, and you're not allowed to defend yourself. And there's no police to defend you. That's what they want. The best advertisement for the Second Amendment that I've seen in my lifetime was watching the left cheer for riots or make excuses for them or say, well, the cops aren't powerful enough to stop them. Okay. Why do we need ARs? Because if Rittenhouse didn't have an AR, he'd be dead. That's why we need them. That's why. That's what it's about. And the same leaders that intentionally harmed your children with lockdowns, knowing that the science was against them, with masks, knowing how stupid that was, now they're going to tell us that now they care about the kids. That's what it's all about. Oh, and by the way, it just so happens to mean more of your rights stripped away. Now you lose your right to defend yourself. Let's run it. All right, man. I got to be done by midnight, but if you want to talk redheaded, we can talk. Give me a second. What's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you. Is everything good on my end?
Yeah, sound good. So,
There you go. Yeah. Shit, sorry. The audio from
problem.
the streams just.
yeah.
Sorry.
Yep.
I'm going to mute that now.
Sure.
So, spread through a bunch of different topics. I don't know where you want to go first. I enjoyed your the detail about your life going through college and everything. So I really appreciate you kind of.
Oh, no problem. Yeah. I mean, we'll start with this. Do you think, like, is there anything you see as a solution that I seem to disagree with or that I didn't talk about?
I suppose the solution along the lines that I try and think of would be government subsidies for gun safety items, gun locks, gun safes, some really good quality ones. Those were some of the ones. I work as a political advisor for candidates. So those are some of the ones that when I go out there and talk to like gun lobbyists or my local gun ranges or stuff like that, that's something that I feel is actually something that the federal government can do as far as like enumerated powers, right? We're going to try and stick within that realm.
Yeah, so just to think of that, I don't think that is a terrible idea. I don't know how that solves the situation like we saw here, you know.
Yeah, I don't either. It's relevant for me as far as like possibly stopping a mass shooting that happened here in Omaha, Nebraska. That's where I'm from. The Von Mar shooting, this happened about 10 years ago, maybe 2011.
Let me ask you this real quick. Can you explain it? Well, I could still hear you, but I'm going to go to the restroom real quick. Can you explain it? And I'll listen in the audience. Go ahead.
Sure. So the best summation that I can give as far as like what the Von Mar shooting was there was a 19-year-old working at McDonald's, really kind of just downtrodden, everything like that. Got a hold of his stepdad's AK-47, proceeded to go to a mall and then kill people at random. The stepdad in this case ended up having his AK just stored in the where was it? It was stored in the bedroom closet, I believe is where it was. And if the government would subsidize some pretty decent gun safes, that is a possibility. Again, you know, we can't solve all of these, but we can take some proactive steps, and that's what I would like to see us kind of go towards. It's a very fair possibility that, you know, having those subsidized may be wise in, you know, reducing accidental child gun deaths. Because those things get expensive, especially some of those quality ones, gun safes. I don't know how many firearms people there are out there, but they can get pretty decently expensive. So if we can subsidize those at a federal level, that would be something that I would look, you know, for as far as like, let's address where we can.
So one of the things you learn in debate is this, that you have to have an offensive reason as to why something's a bad idea. So let me give you an example. If you say we should subsidize safes, and I say, but I don't know that would work all the time. As a judge in a debate round, the judge at the end of the day would be like, you're probably right, Rob, that probably wouldn't work most of the time, but what's the harm? Might as well try it. And you can't just be like, well, it costs money. You'd have to say something like this. Well, it costs money that would be allocated from this area, and that area is important, right? But in the real world, like one of the things that happens is, like, I don't think that we have infinite money. So I'd have to see exactly like how much, nothing you say seems as a violation of my rights, because at that point it would just be like, we're just offering you something free that we think would be protective. But the downside would be, I don't know, I don't know how much that would cost. And this is going to sound really crappy to say, and I'm just guessing. I have no proof of this. I'm just saying, probably a lot of these mass shooters probably come from places, and this is going to be a horrible stereotype, but I'm sorry, it's how I feel. It probably comes from places that don't have the most active parenting anyways. So I don't know that they would be the most responsible to ensure, even if you give them a free gun safe or gun lock, to use that if it's not forced upon them. Now, is there a chance that it could prevent certain situations? Sure. Absolutely, I would agree to that. But is it worth the cost? Because, I know people that have 70, 80 guns. Most of the people I know that have that many already have locks and safes. They're very serious about it.
Exactly, right. Because what we are talking about is we're talking about a large amount of firearms are owned typically by a smaller amount of population, smaller amount of people, right? Does that make sense? Yeah, go ahead. No,
most of the people, we'll see if you have the same experience. Most of the people that are avid collectors and stuff like that already are trained and understand gun safety and the importance of keeping it out of the hands of children and other people. It's the people I find that I've seen that are the most lackadaisical are people that own like one gun and because it's cool, or something. That's real,
Yeah, and I had asked a question earlier that I'm interested to hear your answer to is like, what role do you think like gun culture plays in some of these, right? Like, do you find the idea of like, and not necessarily gun culture in general, right? There's no lobby of gun culture, but as far as like a signal of manhood, as you just kind of like shown and attested, right? Like, do you think that there is a cultural issue that the gun nuts themselves may be able to address?
No.
No?
Well, yes, but not in the way you think probably. And let me say why. I think that the people that I'm saying that are like the people that I know that are like going to gun shows and that are constantly talking about guns and stuff, incredibly vigilant on safety, going to the range. They've encouraged me multiple times. They'll be like, hey, let's go to the range. I'll show you some stuff, things like that. Just from seeing me hunting, they'll be like, there are things you could be doing better, right? So those are the people that I would consider to be the most involved in gun culture. I do think there's a culture of people, unfortunately, it has to do with people that are sort of already engaged in riskier behavior. Like, I think that there's a gang culture that glorifies guns, but I don't look at that as the same sort of
for these school shootings. I don't think we necessarily have to say that there's a gang culture present, right?
Well, but that's what most of the mass shootings are. But this, so let's look at this particular one here. I don't know that this guy was hanging around with a lot of people that were like, I love the 4th of July and I love fireworks and I love buying a gun every month and I keep that, and I think that my favorite brand of gun is this is my favorite. I doubt that influenced this kid. I sincerely, I could be wrong, but my feeling would be that it's less about the gun culture and more about the access for him. There was something wrong in his head, and then so the criticism that I do.
I want to be very cautious, especially as somebody that works in mental health. I think you would be as well. Like, I'm very cautious on the idea of like these shooters have something wrong in their heads, right?
Well, they do. It doesn't have to be a mental health diagnosis, but there is something off with you if you decide that the solution is to murder 19 children.
I don't know. I would certainly like to think so, but there sure does seem to be a fair amount of people, at least from a legal perspective, I suppose, is where I'm framing this maybe a little bit more, that seem to believe that this is their only outlet for whatever goal that they might want to achieve, right? Like if this is a level of being famous for violence, right? Or if this is a level of like defending yourselves from white genocide. I don't know how much that's actually going to fall in the realm of like mental health issue. Does that make sense?
Right, but I'm not saying that it's necessarily a mental health issue. I'm saying that there's something off. Like, it's different. It's different if you're like, I'm not making a legal case for insanity. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm just saying that there is something that we do not consider normal in human society. That doesn't mean that you're clinically insane. It doesn't mean that you're a narcissist or you're a psychopath necessarily. It could mean that. It could mean that you have mental health disabilities and things like that. But there's just something that we consider abnormal. It's not the same as like, I shot my husband because he beats me. Or I shot this gang member because I thought he was coming into my turf.
Yeah,
those things are understandable. Right.
Sure.
Even if
go ahead.
We understand those are immoral and illegal. Well, in some cases. I mean, if your husband's beating you to death, that's self-defense. But you see,
there's some legal justification in which like we have these, yeah.
And I don't even, I'm not even talking legally as much as I'm just saying, like, we as a society understand that if we see someone who came to the conclusion that the solution to their problem was going into an elementary school and shooting a bunch of kids, that there was something off. That doesn't mean that something off means that they were clinically a schizophrenic or bipolar or clinically insane. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that, that we, and if we could have a crystal ball or rewind time or something, if you could, if we had a time machine, what you would want to do is say, how do we stop this this person from getting to the steps that led to that shooting? Was there an intervention? Yeah. Could we have said, oh, well, you were in this single family, maybe your mom beat you or something like that, and could we have intervened and stuff? Now, obviously, that's impossible. That's Monday morning quarterbacking. Right. But that's what I'm saying. That, like, when I'm saying, to me, I don't think that, that the way we're kind of talking about gun culture, I don't see any evidence that it influenced this guy. Now, maybe if you're the ethno-nationalist militia guy, that's a different question. Maybe you have been influenced, but for these, like these school shooters, I think it's something different. I don't think that it's like gang culture. I don't think that it's like, I gotta have all these guns because it makes me a man, or Are you
familiar with the Parkland shooting?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, I don't need you to have like the in-depth case analysis. Right. Just like the idea of like he pretended to be insane when he was arrested, right? And then we go back in the records and we can see him posting about how he wants to be a famous school shooter, and this how 4chan had that like ideological kind of ideas. I don't know if it was 4chan, but like this little niche culture of this type of worshiping can breed these types of actions, right? So that's what I'm talking about as far as like, this shouldn't be attributed to all gun culture, of course.
Right.
But
well, and I don't know how that I would. Is that culture that a gun was involved, like the Parkland? Yeah, but to me, that's a culture. Like, I would say that there are other cultural things going on there that I could point to that are more likely to have influence than just the idea of gun culture. For example, like incel. You remember there were a bunch of shooters that were incels, and things like that.
I think he was one of them. Yeah, I think.
And so sort of this poor me victimhood like idea, right? Like where it's like, I'll show the world I'm this victim and I'm justified in doing this because I'm a victim and I'm going to get famous. Like that, that idea exists without gun culture. Now you could put like, and an affinity for guns on top of it, which would be more volatile possibly. But I don't know how
the culture is specifically around that idea, right? Like the type of weaponry, the amount of people that you can kill, right? Like you had brought up earlier talking about how these people aren't doing it with knives. You could say if it wasn't a gun, it was X, Y, and Z, right? It's not specifically that. We are talking about the efficiency in which this weapon does kill this amount of people. Within that culture, there is the idea of like, okay, well, we need to train to go through and become better at this type of utilizing this type of weaponry, instead of something that we do have heavily watched as far as like utilizing the components to make bombs, or the knowledge in which how we do make bombs, right? So like that would be the problem that I'm kind of seeing right now. We do this, and I think rightfully so, especially after the Oklahoma City bombing. I was very young then, but you're a couple years older than me, so I think you have a vivid memory of that. That is something that we do. That is information, which would arguably be even harder to like, monitor than, let's say, something that could require a registration, right? Like, how do you guard the information of like, to make a bomb? There's a couple different ways that you can utilize fertilizer to do this, but we don't seem to have mass bombings, thankfully, right? Like, I don't think anybody. I'm not going to try and label you as somebody that's you're looking for this, right? Like,
right.
The question is like, what can we do to address it? What cultures and how are these cultures breeding and festering within one another to kind of play this up? And I find that very highly problematic.
Well,
does that make sense?
I see what you're saying, but again, the idea of the culture, it's a very difficult thing to point at, because I don't think you could just say gun culture. To me, the way you're framing it would make it seem like this, that the reason they're choosing the gun has to do with like, well, they saw it on a Tarantino movie, or they heard about it in a rap song, or they saw some patriot militia group talking.
In this case, I would be utilizing other school shooters and what weapons they had gone to, right?
Okay,
like that would be the case.
But to me, I don't consider that gun culture. Like that's a culture. Like for example, the Buffalo shooter seemed to use the Christchurch shooter as right. But I don't think that the gun was part and parcel to that. That was just an instrument of efficiency.
Right.
And I think that's what it gets to is the reason that I'm saying that there is a difference between guns and bombs and stuff is currently right now in the United States, there is an ease of efficiency in using a gun to accomplish something like this that doesn't exist with the things that people were talking about. Now, you could say
is that something that we should be addressing? I guess that's ultimately the question you and I are having, right? And
but how do you address it, right? Like, because the problem is 99.9% of people that are using firearms are doing so in a legal manner, and they're not doing this.
Yeah, and
So
I don't know if I necessarily disagree with that, but what we do have to talk about is that evidential, like 0.01% as far as like the damage in which they can cause and the tragedy that does happen. But on the basis that you and I had just kind of talked about, we do agree on the idea of like, this is something that we are talking about in hopes to address that problem. Does that make sense?
Sure. Right.
Okay.
Let's be clear though. Like, doesn't have to do like the reason for it, I think, is because it is an efficient tool that's easy to use. And at this point that, in our country, at least, it's something that's easier to get your hand on than this is morbid to even talk about, but probably if you looked at like other things, like if you really were going after mass casualties, there's probably other ways that you could get a higher clip of people, but there's a difficulty in a learning curve to get into those things, right?
Yes,
like,
and that would be the conversation in which we're having, which it seems very comical to me when people talk about the idea of like demonization of the AR. Like, we all understand why the AR is popular. It's a quality rifle that's highly modular. As far as like the idea of like why I own this weapon, to poke holes in paper down fucking range, and I get to mod it out in ways that are, important to me. Am I utilizing this weapon in a negative way? No, of course not. But those same reasons as to why this product is highly sought after by the civilian market is the same reason that product is highly sought after by those people in this culture. Right.
Right. But the counter to that is most mass shootings aren't done with ARs.
Mm-hmm.
Right, most are done with handguns. So I don't know.
I think so. Well, I think, and I don't know about the research in between this. Isn't like a difference in between like how we classify mass shootings, right?
Well,
and again, I'm going to agree on this idea of like gathering data. Most of our data is done by police stations, and it's not set to a federal standard or level, and not all police stations are either capable or even choose to report these numbers to the FBI, right? Like, so there's the separation of data. I don't think it's fair to sit there and demonize, a weapon or a tool. I don't think it's completely, I think it's highly disingenuous for people to sit there and say that the AR is not as effective at doing this type of job as opposed to anything else, right?
Well, no, I think that is a fair statement. I think it is fair to say, let's try to make this less morbid. Let's say that aliens take over and you're going into a precinct of aliens where there's, hundreds of aliens there, and you need to take as many down as possible, just to get it out of the morbid. Like, you'd be a fool to say, well, I'm going to take this Glock instead of this AR. Like, of course, usually, you would prefer to take the in most situations.
There are technical reasons in which why these weapons are chosen. And if you can look at the Army's new weapon that they've just approved, it's also hit the civilian market. I can't fucking remember what this is called. But this one is going to be it's already within the civilian market, and it's carrying a higher ammo or a higher capacity, not mag, it actually holds 20 instead of 30, but the caliber, God, I'm sorry, it took me so long to think of, like, the caliber is vastly higher than the AR-15, right? Like, these problems are going to magnify as far as like damage and efficiency caused to targets downrange because of this, and this is something that's hit the civilian market before the Army's even gotten approved.
All right, but so to get to the nitty gritty of this, so I can agree that one tool might be better than others, but what's the solution then? Ban that tool?
I don't know.
Because
pretty
once
good
we do,
question.
then there's going to be the next gun that you're like, okay, first off, that banning it won't keep it out of the hands of
Well,
people
okay,
anyways.
so if we want to have the slippery slope argument, do I think that that's necessarily out of the realm of possibilities? No, of course not. But what we are talking about right now is, trying to address a problem as we see it currently right now. Where does the slippery slope stop? Well, currently, how we write the law, or in this case, where I can highly agree with you, how we enforce the law, right? The laws on the books that we do have may be incredibly helpful if one party would stop chipping away at the agency that is supposed to be enforcing or influencing these laws, right? Like the ATF is highly demonized by gun culture in and of itself. But if you want to do it properly, you should probably fund the ATF so it can do its job correctly, right? Trying to get a suppressor takes almost a year and a half, right? Well, if you properly fund that agency to service the people that do utilize that, it would be a better agency, right? So
I'm going to lose you completely there. Like, I know the ATF. I know Ruby Ridge. I know Waco. I know what they did for funding, and like, I think that it's the same argument. I think you're making the same argument that people make with the IRS. If we just gave the IRS more money, if we just allowed ourselves to hire more IRS agents, right? And then what happens is
they actually properly do make money. Is like, separate conversation, but like for every dollar that we put in, we get 6 out, right? And it's not squeezing the little guy. We inherently know that they are going after big money donors with big money donors, big money, people with a lot of money and a lot of resources that can utilize tax loopholes in a way that is abusive towards the system. We fund them that way. Now, this would be a completely separate argument from the ATF. There are going to be negative.
But
examples.
I don't think that like at the end of the day, like we could look at the shooter the other day and go, the answer is to fund the ATF more. Particularly when we see
it's
how many
not
of these
the answer. What we're talking about.
I don't
in conjunction with one another. Yeah.
Well, maybe
Rob,
I don't see that correlation though. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, maybe. What I'm trying to do here.
I get it. I don't think you're an immoral person. I think it's a fine conversation. I think that the problem is, like, even the way you set up the question of the AR, the way that it's set up, it wasn't that you were saying this specific weapon, because of the technical features of it, has a capacity that we should find unacceptable. The way it was set up was saying, like, well, isn't this the reason it's chosen is because it's efficient at this, which I agree.
Yeah, of course.
But the problem is, if you got rid of that, there would be another gun that would be similarly efficient. And so at some point,
I'm going to have a problem with as far as like your statement right now, Rob, is my statement was not to get rid of the AR, right?
Right. Fair enough. I misspoke. Okay. Right. But to isolate it as this specific problem, right? Right, whatever we would do in regards to the AR, like let's say you don't get rid of it, but you're like, well, what will happen is this: we don't get rid of the AR, but what we do is if you purchase an AR, then you go on a list that the ATF has this list, and they're able to check in. I never said anything
about a list.
No, I'm not saying you did, but I'm saying okay.
I know, but you're painting out example. Okay,
I'm trying to be charitable. Let me just ask you point blank. You isolated the AR. What's exactly the program you want done with ARs then?
I don't have a program as far as like what I would try and do with a individual rifle, right? Like I just utilized, I think somebody in chat pointed out the name of the new rifle that has been approved for the Army's use, and then the civilian version is already in there. If you're trying to go after one semi-automatic rifle, that's completely comical, right? Just as much as when Trump's ban on bump stocks was very comical, but possibly effective in the manner in which that it's done, right? Like, I think that we can agree that there are some sorts of ways that we can talk about and have some kind of conversation in between the laws of legality or the realm of legality and how we try and address this issue without saying like, I want to take away guns. I can't speak for the rest of the Democratic Party. Obviously, I can't speak to media and their framing of like what the capabilities of these weapon systems. But what I do refuse, as far as what gun people do, is the lack of acknowledgement of what these weapon systems are intended for wholesale, right? Like, I do disagree with that type of framing.
Well, In what way? So let's take the AR specifically. You would say that it was intended for. It's not intended for mass casualty, but it's intended for. Go ahead. I don't want to put words in your mouth, so go ahead.
Yeah. Well, and I don't think that you're trying to do it as far as like put words in my mouth in a bad way. So I'm sorry if I kind of gave off that.
No, that's fine.
Fine. No, the purpose of an AR is undoubtedly to be an effective killing machine. That does not necessarily take away the other purposes that are statedly used, right? As far as like 3-gun shooting, I think is something that's really cool. Are you familiar with what 3-gun shooting is? It's kind of like that John Wick.
Yes, I am. I've never done it, but I've seen people do it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think it's pretty badass and pretty cool. It's certainly a great technical skill, and I think falls under the definition of a sport. And I think that that's something that you can utilize to that effect. But to sit here and deny the idea of like that's the whole purpose of like an AR-15 is just for this type of sport. It is marketed. This type of tool is utilized in these type of ways. It's a very dynamic and effective weapon system for those specific reasons, but that doesn't make it any less of a weapon system.
Okay. Well, now there are people saying that the round was designed as a wounding round. I don't know any of that. Let me just ask you this. Can you name me
Vietnam,
one? Okay. But the question I have is this. Can you name me one gun that's commercially purchased that you would say wouldn't meet that same definition? Like if I go buy a Glock, isn't the selling point of it that the creators of Glock have created a weapon that could effectively harm or take out many possible targets, correct? I mean, so you're basically describing... Go ahead.
Yeah, the point of like weapon systems in general, right, is to take out this many targets. Now we could have the debate about like caliber, for instance, right? Like a 22 is specifically these types of rounds are typically made for like varmint hunting, right? Squirrels, X, Y, and Z. Can you kill a person with a 22? Yeah, of course you can, right? But the marketing in between like a civilian type weapon that is inherently marketed or grifted or broken off from the military type contracts that are received does seem to be a large driver within gun culture. And the fact that you have, let's say, I've got the same type of gun, not the same exact gun, right? Because you had spoken before about how automatics are banned within this civilian world or incredibly hard and licensed to get, right?
Right.
That's the type of culture in which we would have to sit there and admit that the reason why gun culture has to share some responsibility in between, utilizing, I want the same type of weapon as close as possible as what the Army has. We can see this in the AR-15 and the newest weapon. God, I'm sorry, I keep forgetting what the name is.
Sorry, 6. I don't know about this.
Yeah. Anyways, that type of marketing or framing gun culture kind of like feeding off of, I want to be all tactical, suited and booted and ready to fucking go kick down some doors as a civilian, I find very problematic.
See, I don't understand how you could criticize like again. I think there's various holes in your argument. The first would be like, there's no way that I don't even know. For example, I know someone who owns a gun shop. I've asked him about this before. He says that, about the idea of like, are these military grade equipment? Is this military tech? He's like, no. In fact, most people don't want the military grade shit. That's why they prefer the AR is more customizable. It's not about looking like you're a Green Beret. It's about looking like, right. And so
for some people, it may not be.
Okay. So I mean, I think that there is if you were trying to specifically look like an outfit, particularly from the military, there are other civilian arms that you could get that I think would more closely resemble the military. So, and even still, I think that's sort of
again, but we're talking about different marketing strategies, right? It's to be as marketable and close to possible. It doesn't have to be
again, I'm saying that there are other ones that are closer. I don't think that the AR-15 is marketed as being as close as possible to the Marines. I've never seen that, But again, let's take for granted that was true, even if that was true. Okay. I don't understand how that affects our policies going forward. Like, surely you're not advocating, like, forcing companies to stop advertising in certain ways, correct?
Oh, well, what was the lawsuit that, who was it? It's not Wilson. The rifle company that just settled... their lawsuit on their marketing practices. It was a big payout case.
I have no clue.
I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
There is...
But you don't need the specific name. It's okay. There was a gun company you're saying, okay.
That had a... Oh, yeah, Bush... Thanks, Bandit. I appreciate it. Yeah, Bushmaster and Remington had settled a case. Now, they did not admit fault. So, of course, when we're having this conversation, from a legality sense, they did not admit fault. But they did settle for, upwards of $40 million on how they had marketed their specific version of, I believe it was the AR-15. Obviously, how we had kind of like talked about this, I don't want this to be about like, how do we control marketing fully? Is it a piece? Yes. I don't think that you could
So what was this? Maybe you or someone in the chat could tell me. What about it that was civilly liable in the way that they marketed that they settled for?
Bushmaster and Remington was the case, I think. Let me see if I can look it up. Remington 4-5. Was this it? No. I think that they... God, I don't know if it was like clipped out one magazine poster that they had chosen the wrong type of language, and then I guess that's kind of what I am trying to... Okay, yeah. Oh, $73 million. Sandy Hook. Sued Remington. Yeah, the victims of Sandy Hook. I'm sorry, I don't know if you've got like access to all the same links or anything. Remington
I'm not
to
looking
pay.
at anything.
Oh, okay, yeah. So basically, that they had chosen to settle this case in which the victims of Sandy Hook had sued them for their, I believe it was marketing practices.
But what about but I'm saying, if you're saying that this is a possible solution, then either tell me what your solution would be for the marketing practice that needs to change, or if you're citing this specific court case, what was it about this specific marketing practice that brought the lawsuit? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm not going to be able to explain that as in detailed as I probably should be, as far as like if I was to point to
Bandit says there was an ad that used a phrase that conflated use in military with civilian terms. He's good.
Okay. Yeah,
but nonetheless, I'd have to look at exactly what that was to see.
Yeah,
I'm assuming that
too.
this was settled. I'm just going to say this. This was probably settled. I don't think that proves they would have lost this court case. I think it would have been bad PR to fight the victims of Sandy Hook. So maybe they just said, you know what? We'll just fucking settle this case. I don't think that, but Bandit says that marketing practice is no longer used. Nonetheless, I think this is so in the weeds and tangential to like sort of
if we're going to talk about, I think if we're going to go into like single parent, the nuclear family, right, or single parent homes, which I think are great explanations that we do have to talk about, to sit here and get into this depth and this level of weeds, I don't think is too far-fetched.
Okay, so then give me any example that any specific marketing practice influenced this shooter.
Oh, I couldn't. As far as like this example right here of the latest shooting in Texas, of course I couldn't. This is a fresh new example.
Or, even if we accept Sandy Hook, give me another example of where you think that there's a clear delineation that a certain marketing
I don't want to have this pissing contest of show me this or show me that. I want to have the general... Well,
it's not a pissing contest. It's when you're saying that some of the impetus on the blame, so someone goes out and kills a bunch of people with a particular weapon, and you're like, some of the impetus of the blame is the way that we marketed the weapon, right?
Well,
because here's what I'm thinking. Everything that you've said about the AR, for example, right? This would be common knowledge, even without a slick marketing campaign. People just know, right? So I don't think that if some psychopath says, I want to go kill a bunch of people and I'm going to use an AR, which again, most mass shootings aren't done with ARs, but if that's the decision they make, I don't think they can.
Depending again on how we're classifying our mass shootings, but go ahead.
All right. Okay. Sure. Give me the qualification that the majority of them are with ARs.
I don't need a qualification. Again, I'm not trying to demonize the AR-15. I could give a rat's ass less. But
that's the second time you've said that. I'm just saying, when I say most mass shootings aren't done with an AR, you're like, well, it depends on how we classify mass shooting. Okay, right, well, that implies, so then what I'm asking is, that implies there is a way we could classify it to make the AR the most used weapon. So I'm asking, what is that type of classification that you have, that if you say, if you qualify mass shootings as this, then yes, the AR is the... That's all I'm asking. because you're the one bringing it up. You're saying, well, it depends on how we qualify it. So I'm asking you,
Well,
what
I think it would be
qualification
important
could we
as far
have
as
that
like
would change it?
how that data is collected, right? So like, are we considering some of the gang violence that happens within cities? Is that how we're also going to classify those as mass shootings? I think more or less, if we're to just go about the example that's utilized as of right now, is why we're talking about this, it would be the examples of like the Buffalo shooting and the shooting that happened here in Texas. These are mass shootings.
Do we even know if the AR was used in this one in
Again,
Texas? I know
I'm
he had
not
one.
specific.
I don't know.
I'm not specifically. I don't give a rat's ass about the weapon, though, Rob. That's kind of the point that I'm talking about. I'm asking the question: what onus, what responsibility should gun culture play as far as like what are the responsibilities as responsible weapon owners? How we utilize these weapons, what sports we choose to use them with, or do we utilize this as a signal of our manhood? And does that show people that are, feel that they've been slighted, young kids, young white men in a lot of these instances, that this way that we solve how I get my manhood back is going through these school shootings. That's why when you brought up the idea of like single parent homes or the nuclear family and societally, I am asking you within that same realm of like, what can we do as a nation? What can gun culture do as far as the responsibilities that they have within marketing practices and how the weapon is, I don't know. I've got a lot of military friends from my time in the Marine Corps, how those things are to some that are mentally disturbed. And you and I agree upon that at the very least, right? How that is going to be, glorified in a way that becomes detrimental to just regular citizens living their lives. Does that make sense?
Right. Okay. I see what you're trying to say, but now you're back to where we started. So let me handle the first part of what you said, and then we'll get back to where we started. So the first part of what you said, you're like, well, I'm not concerned about the AR specifically. Okay, but
because the weapon doesn't matter.
Okay, but if that's the case, then but this specific marketing campaign means nothing, because let's say for a minute
it means
that with
something.
all guns,
let's
say for a minute, like that we do something like we did with tobacco, right? And we say, here's the deal. Gun manufacturers are no longer allowed to make guns look cool. And in fact, every gun they sell has to have a warning label on it. And it has to say, warning, please use this responsibly. It could be used. And they can't show a picture of a cool, tough guy holding a gun. And they can't show a picture, or they can't put an ad in a magazine that says, this is the gun that won the Afghanistan conflict. They can't do any of that shit. And that's universal for every gun. I do not think that would stop one shooting. Not one, because I think people would still, I don't think that the Parkland shooter or the Buffalo shooter or this shooter in Texas would go, well, geez, I'm pissed off enough to want to go kill people, but now I didn't see a cool ad for a gun, so now I'm just not going to do it. I think that's... So
this is the problem that I would have, Rob, as far as like how you just painted that entire picture out, right? So when you were talking about single parent homes, or how important the nuclear family is, what I find hard to believe, and what's kind of like making me feel as though you're a little bit disingenuous or maybe a little dodgy on as far as like the subject goes, is like these are cultures, as far as like single parent homes and the nuclear family, these are cultures that are highly influential on the development of, like, let's say young men in this case, right? But somehow gun culture takes no responsibility in that.
Show me one example. Show me one example. Show me one example from any of these cases of gun culture, of any proof that you could show from any mass shooting that a gun advertisement made it more likely.
Again, I'm not talking about a gun advertisement.
We already went through that.
Rob, let me give you the answer. So the example that I would utilize as far as like the Parkland shooter and how he had talked to other people of that same persuasion on their little chat board thing of what weapons to utilize, right? And the efficiency of those weapons in line. Now, again, the weapon is just a tool, and I don't disagree with your framing as far as like, hey, these, what was the framing that you were just bringing up that I thought was really great and really genuine? I'm sorry, man.
That's all right.
A little bit.
Now I'm giving you a lot of rope here. I mean, you're calling me disingenuous, and I'm not flying off the handle like I normally would.
And I do feel that it does that statement make a little bit of sense though? As far
No,
as,
it
like,
doesn't
what
at all.
we're
It
talking
doesn't at all because
Okay,
that's like
so
saying this. That's what you're saying is basically this. Well, the fact that you could draw a straight line to a lot of problems with violence that studies have bore out over and over again, not just mass shooting, but violence in general,
sure.
of having
Right.
broken families. Think like we could even go to serial killers that weren't spree killers or mass shooters, and we can see that a lot of it had to do. Watch the show Mindhunter that was based on the FBI. We can see that there are
some things in line, right?
Okay, so that we have science that backs that up, that we can actually see data that shows that you're more likely to get involved in problems with violence, problem with breaking the law, you're more likely to have poverty, you're more likely to have all of these things that lead to things that we could see predictably make sense that would lead to more violence and possibly more high-level violence like we're seeing. To conflate that with then saying, well, if we're going to acknowledge that that sort of thing can exist, then we also have to acknowledge that the way that a gun manufacturer advertises his product also could lead to these shootings. And I'm saying, I don't think that that's necessarily the case. For example, in what we're talking about specifically when we started talking about the AR, that we got to this, we talked about how, well, there's no doubt that it could be chosen to be more efficient than certain other guns. In fact, the reason guns are probably more likely to be used, I think, is less to do with a culture and more to do with it is easier for a layman to inflict mass sort of violence with a gun than it would be to learn. Right. Yes. So not culture and the idea that like some guy was on a message board was like, I'm looking for a gun that could do X. That's completely different. I don't see. So you're jumping into like this culture argument where I'm saying if there was no gun culture, if there was none, if there wasn't one program, one magazine, one chat board, one Reddit page whatsoever, if some psychopath or some horrible person wanted to go out and kill people, he probably wouldn't need that culture to inform him. The easiest way for me to do that would probably be with a firearm. In fact, a firearm that would look like this or would have these sorts of capabilities. So I don't think that we need this sort of like idea that like, well, because there are, people that like to go and celebrate to gun shows and celebrate guns and say like, oh, I collect guns and things like that, that leads to an advertising campaign of certain guns, which leads to the Parkland shooting. I don't see that link anywhere whatsoever.
Okay. So here, I think I had set a giant O in between there because I think I may not have laid the groundwork enough for you to kind of see the point that I'm trying to address. Again, I'm not trying to target just the AR-15, right? And I'm not even talking about, again, legislation that I had given before is not a banning of weapon systems, right? That's not even the conversation I'm trying to have. The conversation that I am trying to have is the manner in which how gun culture may influence in a negative outlook what these people would see and then view as their solution for whatever they're trying to do. Okay, so what I mean by this is, in the Parkland shooting, the conversations in between message boards talking about what weapon should I utilize to go to this, right? So one of the first school shootings of our time, you and me, unfortunately we're old now, man, was Columbine, right? And an AR-15 was not utilized there. So when I'm talking about like gun culture, it isn't just this demonization of one weapon system, right? It's not the AR-15.
But but again, that's every gun. Okay, that applies to every gun. Got you. And
right. Okay.
How are you? What define gun culture? I guess like when you asked to give a specific.
That's a fair point.
When asked to give a specific, just real quick. When asked to give a specific, you're like, some guy asked on a message board what gun he should do for X.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, then is there plumbing culture? I could go to Reddit and say, how do I fix this pipe? I mean, what the hell does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, so when we're talking about what is gun culture, I think that would be a very free and fair point, right? As far as like, what do people that do enjoy utilizing weapon systems, whether it be for targeting, hunting, 3-gun shooting, which is something that I brought up, that all of these things are going to have to be that culture, right? Like there's certainly a culture of guns. I don't think that you're denying that, right?
Okay. There's culture of everything. Got it.
Yeah. But you're not denying that there is a gun culture. Yes or no?
No, I again, there's culture of everything.
Yeah.
There is pop culture. There's Pokemon culture. Sure.
Right.
What's the importance of it if it exists in everything? That's the point.
Yeah. So the importance of it would be how, what is gun culture then showing others, and how is it bringing others within that culture, right? So like, is it bringing others into the culture and saying like, hey, you need to use this weapon responsibly. Hey, you need to use this weapon in this way, that way, and X, Y,
Yes.
Z, right?
I would say that
think,
most people that are highly involved with guns, that's exactly what they're doing.
Right. Now, within that framing, is there a subset, or even is it within that culture in of itself, where it's trying to mimic the utilization of weapon systems of like the United States Army, right? Or, the Marine Corps? Is there a glorification of being the warrior, of being this Billy Bob badass, John Wick style, I've got my Kevlar, I got my flak, I'm ready to fucking go fight for freedom, right? So an example that we may utilize would be the Proud Boys, for example. They are somebody that enjoys gun culture. That does not mean that all Proud Boys enjoy gun culture, for one, or all Proud Boys are inherently violent. What that does mean is we can look at them and be like, okay, here's a subsect of these people that enjoy gun culture that can be highly violent, right? Does that make sense so far?
It makes sense in this sense that you could literally make this argument about anything, right? You could say it about cars, right? Like,
about Black Lives Matter.
Right? Here's the point, right?
Yeah.
The point is, when I ask you to point to a specific, then you're like, well, someone got on a message board and asked what tool would be best for this type of thing. And someone said, that is completely different than, no, please let me finish. That is completely different than you being like, oh, and people want to go on and be John fucking Rambo, and they're wearing headbands and shooting fucking M60s in the air. And it's like, da-da-da-da. You have no proof that any mass shooting because the problem is you're conflating, and we're talking about school shootings specifically.
Well,
like,
I didn't
you're
quite make my line yet.
You're conflating, right? Like, you're conflating that someone's going to go in and shoot up a school because of this. I say that the person that wants to go up and shoot up a school wasn't influenced to go to shoot up that school because they saw Rambo and they bought some gun magazine and they saw some cool guy on YouTube shooting a gun like Billy Bob Badass, and they were like, otherwise I wouldn't have shut up the school, but now that I see that, I will. I have yet to see any conflation whatsoever, any even thin link to any one mass shooting that's occurred in these schools that remotely connects to like someone wanted to be John Rambo.
Yeah,
I don't see it.
And yeah, I'm glad that you and I agree, because that's not the line that I'm trying to draw. Now, if I could finish the rest of my point, granted an incredibly long-winded point, and I'm sorry about that. My point is, as we utilize and look at these little subsects, right, of like, let's say that, again, I'm just going to go to the Proud Boys because I know that they is it the Boogaloo Boys? Are you familiar with them? Would they be a better example?
I am familiar with the Boogaloo Boys, sure.
Okay, I'm not. I'm not either. I'm not as familiar. Maybe, perhaps, I'm not too sure, but I do know that they are a group that does enjoy weapon systems that do seem to glorify and have I haven't heard of any terrorist acts that Boogaloo Boys have carried out. Maybe you could inform me if they have or not, right? But my understanding is that they are very pro Second Amendment, and they have some militia-like behavior. And the point of a militia is within the realm of gun culture, right?
Let's just say sure for the sake of moving this on. Okay.
So when we're having this conversation of like, what is gun culture? If I have a gun culture that breeds a heavily anti-federal American sentiment against like the federal government is very problematic, blah, 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 blah. I'm very anti-Fed, right? Can those things lead to violent outbursts? Undoubtedly, we'd probably have to say yes. We would look at, the Oklahoma City bombing. He was a 3%er, I believe. Do I have that right? Timothy McVeigh was a member of the 3%ers.
Let's say yes. I don't know. Okay.
You're looking at me like I got a unicorn dick.
What does this have to do with some school shooter? Like this dude shoots up, this 18-year-old dude that lived with his grandma shoots up, and somehow we're at Timothy McVeigh and militia groups and people that are distrusting of the government. Does any of that apply to this guy? Just curious.
It very well could. This is a very early case. I don't necessarily have to sit here and point to this example. What I'm asking you is, just like we're talking about the nuclear family and what repercussions that the lack of that is going to have, does gun culture play a role within this? If somebody wants to be Job Bo, or what was the example you used? I kind of like that. Rambo. John Rambo, right? If somebody wants to be John Rambo, I like that. The mix between John Wick and Rambo. Is that going to play a part of that? Not the movie Rambo itself, but the idealization of being this warrior badass who will be able to stick up for oneself against people that wanted to keep them downtrodden. So in this case, we would have to say this person sees themselves as the warrior badass that goes to their classmates and says, like, these are the people that are keeping me down, and utilizes a weapon system to put them down. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't. Let me explain why.
Okay.
Because what you're articulating is, so first off, you say, well, you're not talking about the movie yourself. Yes, you are. That's the only way that it makes sense. The idea that you want to be Rambo, but not because you saw the movie Rambo, but because something else is nonsense. Pop culture references are always going to have more of a culture influence, particularly on younger people, than some nebulous militia culture that there's no evidence that they were involved in. What you're saying, though, is the idea of, like, even what you're saying tangentially answers, it's just guns are connected tangentially, right? You're like, the idea that you're this badass that won't take shit from no one and you go in.
Yeah,
I mean, shit, we could talk about Macbeth. I mean, we could go back. How far back do you want to go? The Odyssey? You know, it's like, okay, they didn't use guns, but the same sort of influence, comic books.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, you're literally, you're making the argument that people have made for ages. It's like, you're arguing against violent video games. You're arguing against comic books. You're arguing against movies because you're saying those things influence culture, and that culture makes someone more likely to say, I will get payback on, Moby Dick. I will get payback on those that afflicted me.
As much as I enjoy you making these disingenuous analogies as far as, like,
they're not disingenuous. Let me pause you. Let me pause you right there. Let me pause you right there.
That is not the same conversation that we're having, Rob, here.
Let me pause you right here.
Modern form of violence is vastly different from the Odyssey.
I'll just mute you. I've been polite and given you a chance to speak and haven't interrupted you almost at all. So I'll finish. If you call me disingenuous one more time, I'm afraid I won't be as polite as I have been thus far. I think I've been more polite to you on this issue than almost anyone I talk to. And I don't think that you're particularly intelligent. I think your points are meandering. I don't think it makes any sense whatsoever. You're trying to draw lines to things that you yourself don't understand and have to backtrack. And I'm still being polite and trying to have a conversation. So that's twice that you've called me disingenuous. I'm not being disingenuous whatsoever. You're the person that's trying to talk about the 3%, the Boogaloo Boys, when talking about shootings in schools that have no connection to that whatsoever and saying, well, it could, we don't know. And you keep talking about something nebulous such as culture, which is all around us, but saying it's not the movie culture and the other things like that. It's somehow just the gun. And you're trying to draw these sort of lines, which you're doing a very poor job of me or anyone else understanding exactly what you're trying to say. So if you call me disingenuous one more time, I'm not going to put you out of here. I'm just going to treat you as you deserve to be treated. You got it?
Okay. Sure. Now, maybe it's possible that I'm not explaining to a manner in which it would make sense to you. So help me understand the things that I'm not articulating enough for you to utilize as lines to show you how we have cultural influences and a gun culture may lead to these type of acts. Can you help me out?
Yes,
here?
I will give you 2 points. One, you're theoretically right that any culture may lead to anything, but that's not a reason to isolate. But second, and more importantly, let me just give you one thing that you said. You said Rambo, but not the movie Rambo. What do you mean?
Yeah, of course. Okay, so when we talk about, like, violence in movies and violence in video games, right, we do know via studies that those aren't necessarily completely influential. It's not like a one-to-one, right? Just because we have more violent video games does not mean that we're becoming a more violent society. Does that information jive with the information that you have?
But there's all sorts of research that goes all sorts of places with this, but fair. I've heard interpretations similarly, so.
Okay, so when I utilize the idea of, like, Rambo but not Rambo, right? So what I'm trying to paint is the picture of, like, it's not because he saw the movie Rambo that he's making these decisions. It's the essence of that movie, as far as, like, I take no shit from anyone, as far as, like, what you had said, right? So I take no shit from anyone. I'm going to then go out and deliver justice in this way. That culture may be pervasive within what we would call, what I'm trying to point out or question, gun culture in whole. Is that a fair example?
But then your criticism's not with gun culture, your criticism's with the idea of people attempting to get retribution and culture that glorifies retribution. The gun's just the tool.
Yeah, of course. But we utilize the glorification of that tool within said culture. So like, in this case, the what would be the case that we're trying to hone in on? Like a school shooting example, right? So within the culture, typically, you're trying to utilize a readily available, easily learned, mass casualty causing weapon system. In this case, in some cases, ease of availability may have that influence to where it leans towards the AR-15. Again, because of those marketable ways in how popular and the reasons why that weapon system is so commercially popular. Does that make sense?
Right, but again, now you're conflating two arguments. Now you're saying, well, it's an effective tool. That's why people choose to use it. But the idea of culture that glorifies sort of masculinity or glorifies revenge or retribution, this has been since the beginning of time, right? Now it seems you're like, well, that is particularly dangerous when there is a platform that makes it more likely for that to be acted upon.
Okay, so I guess...
So are you criticizing the idea of a culture that glorifies violence and glorifies revenge and retribution? Or are you criticizing something specific about the tool, the gun?
Well, again, as the conversation, maybe I just haven't done a good enough job about pointing this out. This conversation is not about the weapon system, the AR-15, right? That's not what I'm trying to address.
Gun. Weapon system, gun. That's what I'm talking about. Not the AR-15. Gun.
Oh, gun in general? Well,
Correct.
Gun in general would probably have to play some type of role within this. I guess we'll just have, would it be, I don't want to place you in like a no-win situation of like the school shooter culture, right? Where guns would be highly glorified in between there, right? In a school shooting culture.
I mean, I don't... Let me give you an example and see if maybe this helps you understand where I'm coming from. There are a lot of cultures that maybe guns aren't as available in, some that even are, that seem to have glorified other sorts of weapons. For example, MS-13 is known to use machetes, right? So would we say then... What we say, the problem is machete culture. The problem is you could find cool, remember that movie Machete with Danny Trejo, right? That was a problem. And there's all these cool images of people with machetes, right? Like Crocodile Dundee had a machete or you know, and for example, there's a lot of knife and machete stuff that occurs with like Islamic extremism in Europe. Would we say, oh, it's machete culture? No, you would say, well, the problem culturally that we look at is the idea that people could use violence for these sorts of ways. That's the problem. The machete is just the tool. You wouldn't be like, well, let's look at machete manufacturers and see if the way they're advertising machetes could lead to that. You wouldn't say that, right? So again, it seems that your criticism is on sort of a culture that says that revenge is good, which is very nebulous anyways, but it seems like that's what your criticism is. And then somehow you're tagging guns on there and you're like, well, because it's like you're making a bunch of arguments. Like you're saying like, I knew some guys that were like, yeah, listen to this. I told my wife the other day, I'm getting another fucking AR and there ain't shit she can do about it because this is fucking America. And I drink my Pabst Blue Ribbon. I shoot my fucking AR anytime I fucking choose.
Hey, don't be talking about shit about Pabst,
saying,
all right?
So you're saying, well, that guy exists and Parkland exists. And advertising of guns, and Rambo exists, and so seems to make sense. What do we do about it? Like, not only do I not know what you're isolating, but I don't even remotely begin to understand what you think we could do to sort of fix this. Are you suggesting that we somehow erase from our culture the idea of revenge existing? Are you suggesting that we reverse from our culture the idea of guns being cool or being powerful? I don't know the problem you're isolating, and I certainly don't even begin to understand what you're saying would be a potential change that would have any effect whatsoever on this shooter 2 days ago or yesterday, whenever it was, or any other mass shooter that we've seen in schools or elsewhere. I just don't see it. I don't see where you're coming from.
Okay. So the problem that I have again, the example that you utilized is vastly different from the example that we are talking about as far as how I had processed it. Now I'm trying to take away the idea of like you and me as far as like having this conversation are taking adversarial positions, and I'm trying to process the idea that what you had just utilized as far as like machete culture is not the problem within that culture itself, right? It would be gang culture, and why we use the machete is to cause this effect on people of like nobody wants to be butchered to death via machete, right? So in our example, which again I don't know if is a free or fair example of, maybe you don't want to have a conversation of like school shooter culture because it's very nebulous, of course, but it is within that same regard of like gang culture, right? So the weapon that they utilize that is readily available would be a gun. I don't care about talking about, you know, which specific weapon system that they do utilize. What I do care about is the idea that the fact that they are using this weapon or tool in this case that I can freely and fairly agree on, that would be the point of what I would call it, a tool to utilize this to achieve this objective. Mass destruction, right? So why don't they use a bomb? Well, because it's a little bit more technical. It's this
is getting away from, again, so you're conflating two different arguments. This has nothing to do with culture. This has to do with the practicality of the weapon. That exists with or without the culture that you're criticizing.
So the original conversation that you and I had where we had drawn our agreement lines on, maybe this is where we've gotten too far off in the weeds and somehow we're having this weird vacuous disagreement. I don't know. But the original idea that we had talked about as far as like what can we do, some of the things that I had said, we had already admitted and came from the frame of like, we're not going to solve this 110%, right? We had agreed upon those things.
Sure.
Okay, so the problem that I'm having here, and maybe it's because my lack of of like drawing this or explaining to you in a way that you and I can both communicate in a freely and fairly understanding one another, is that if there is no solution to violence or like the culture of violence and how it influences us or young children in a lot of these cases to cause these acts. But what we can show or what we can talk about is how these things are watched. So, for instance, the information or the materials to collect bombs, right, or make bombs, that information is highly guarded. Therefore, that's not utilized as easily, right, as a gun.
I think that's... I don't know that the idea... I don't know that that's true. There are certainly materials that are often used in a lot of huge or bigger bombs that are regulated and watched. That's certainly true. Mm-hmm. But there is a capability to make bombs that from household products that normally wouldn't be watched. I don't think the idea of those being watched is why guns are used more often than bombs. I think that might be a very small reason, but the bigger reasons have to do with the knowledge required, the ease of the platform of a gun and being able to achieve the goals that we do. I don't think the idea that like, this Parkland guy would have used a bomb if only they wouldn't have been looking at some of the materials for bombs. I don't think so. I think even had they not been looking at those materials, probably he still chooses a gun.
Right. So I guess that would be the question, right? If we can agree upon that basis as far as, or maybe I might have misunderstood you. I'm sorry. It was a pretty simple sentence. But that information is guarded and is not as utilized as much as far as like the ease of use reasons that you had just stated as guns are used, right? So if we work from that basis, do we have to have a conversation about like, should we be putting some limits because of these reasons? Because the gun is so readily available. Because the gun is very effective in these things that these school shooters want to achieve. Does that make sense? Would we have to have a conversation?
What you're saying now doesn't not make sense, but it doesn't make sense in the grand scheme of everything you're talking about, because nothing you said there has anything to do with what the crux of your argument's been, which is something to do with gun culture. You're now making the argument, which is, well, guns are more able to achieve these type of goals, so maybe that's a reason to
And being
specifically
readily
look at guns.
available.
And being okay, that has nothing to do with. But the way that gun makers advertise these guns, or the fact that there's a militia group or the Boogaloo Boys that celebrate guns, that is a completely different argument. Completely different. And I see this happen a lot where someone will come in and they want to argue a point, and that's fine. And there's a slight disagreement or a massive disagreement. So we go down some path, and it's like, well, that path seems to hit a dead end. And then it gets reframed as, well, what I'm trying to say is this. And then it's a completely different argument. Like if your argument wants to be, the reason we need to have a unique conversation about guns is because they are effective at causing damage like this, and they are easily available. That's why we should talk about guns. Okay, that's one thing, right? And then we can talk about, well, what's the possible solutions? What can we do? That's a completely different conversation than the idea of culture.
Yeah, which you and I believe had kind of like already agreed upon as far as like, you know,
in a
one
sense
example.
we had, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the examples that I had given at before was like government subsidies for gun safes and gun locks, right?
Right.
So we had that conversation, and I wanted to ask you, and I may not have been going about it the correct way. So, conversations are difficult when you've just met somebody.
Well, but what I'm saying, that's fine. But what I'm saying is,
Sure.
like so you're like, oh, well, we kind of agreed on this, which I don't disagree. Like it is something that I do think. I do think that if we're honest, guns are going to be the tool most chosen for this, not just because they're most readily available, but because they don't require a lot of expertise to use. It's intuitive for how to use them. Like, yeah, right, all those things. So that doesn't mean we should ban guns or anything like that. Right? Okay, we basically started out agreeing with that, and then the last half hour to 45 minutes has been this culture conversation. Sure. Then when we hit a dead end in the culture conversation, you're like, well, let me reframe this. Remember when we agreed? And I'm like, okay.
Yeah. Right.
That's where we're
because
at.
Now,
so where's the
question,
reframing coming from?
Okay,
the
reframing is coming from, I don't want to necessarily just try and target one individual gun. And I feel that is kind of like the conversation that you're trying to have. I don't know. Because I'm trying to ask you, are there some influential ways that which gun culture may play a role, and I'm getting the idea of like, well, this is just the tool. So I guess
I don't understand where you could get the misapprehension that I'm only talking about an AR-15. I have been very clear the whole time. Your argument, I'll try to steelman your argument. Your argument is there is a culture of guns, correct? That's the first part of your argument, right?
Yeah, of course. We agree on that.
And that culture can glorify guns.
Well, I don't think it's necessarily just a glorification of the gun. I think the glorification has to do with, in this case, we're going to talk about the example of like the Texas, the Buffalo shooter, right? Of like, this becomes the solution to my problem. The gun is the solution of my problem because it allows me to defend myself and I feel like I'm being attacked. Does that make sense? So that would be different. How does that have to do with
culture? That's like no different than saying that's just a statement of fact. That'd be like saying, I like a butcher knife when I'm cutting meat because it's the proper tool for the job.
Sure.
Your argument now is that there's some culture we need to change that says if you want self-defense, gun is a good choice.
No, I don't think that's what I'm trying to say. I think that what I am trying to ask, and again, I'm not trying to argue an affirmative. I don't know how much you do know about the culture of guns or how familiar you are, but this idea of like, needing a weapon system that is very similar to the ones utilized by the United States military may lead into the idea of being a glorified badass means I take no shit, therefore I kill the people that give me shit. Is that
again? This is what makes it frustrating. So I tried to steelman and cut to this point. It's like, so you're saying glorified gun culture. You're like, well, no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying there are people that think that if they feel they're being attacked, that a gun would be a way to protect themselves. It's like, right, that is kind of the point. Right, that you can't remove that from culture because that's literally the point of the gun. That is the most fundamental point of the gun for defense, whether it be through tyranny of the government or self-defense for yourself. Right. So it is inevitable that part of gun culture will be a tool exists to do exactly what it exists for. So that'll be part of culture. The same as if it was part of car culture, that the car will take me from point A to point B. I guess that's true. It is part of car culture. If you need to travel somewhere, a car is an effective method to get there. Right. If you need to defend yourself, a gun could be an effective way. Right. And so then so you go off on that, and I'm like, okay, and you're like, well, it's not just that. It's sort of the glorification of gun culture and the idea that it's like you want a military. Right. So right back to what I said previously. So, okay, now the problem has to do with the unique idea that, well, people want guns that are similar to the military, right? I don't understand why that would have any effect on the mass shooters that we're talking about, particularly the school shooters, because the only way that this argument seems to apply would be that's what led this person to the decision to harm others. Because if this culture didn't exist, if there weren't people saying, you know, I watched Rambo, or I watched Navy SEALs, or I watched American Sniper, and I want to look and act like that guy, right? That's not what I see from these school shooters. I don't see some guy that looks like American Sniper. I don't see that. I see guys in trench coats that were bullied that are like, go fuck you. They're not trying to look like Rambo. I see guys that were pissed off at their grandma. And stuff like that. I think that you're isolating a problem that has zero to do. You're isolating a cause that has zero to do with the problem we're talking about. You're just like, yeah, but isn't it true that gun culture could influence? Sure, any amount of culture could influence any amount of solution or problem that we're talking to, whether it be gun culture, whether it be nuclear family culture, et cetera, et cetera. Anything that you can isolate as culture has an influence, albeit large or small. So you're like, isn't it true that gun culture could have a small influence? Yes, that's true. And you're like, well, yeah. Like, you understand what I'm saying? It's just like you're all over the place. You're just all over the place with it. It seems like anytime I'm kind of like, but I don't see how this applies here, you just jumped in. But aren't guns effective at doing this? Yes. And isn't it true that guns could defend? Yes. But what about people wanting it to look like the military? We've rehashed this. We've discussed this, and it ends in a circular, right? We'll keep going down this path, and then eventually what you're going to say.
My question would have to end up being like, okay, so the part and premise of like, okay, this is gun culture. It is going to have these effects. What ought we do about that culture? Like, are there some legal responsibilities?
What effect is it going? What effect is it going to have?
What effect is it going to have? I guess it would kind of depend on like what effects this culture would need to have, and does it require the hand of the government to show in this way, like, hey, you can't advertise a weapon in this way? The case of like
it doesn't require the government to say, but even still,
so you think that gun okay, go ahead.
I don't understand. You haven't met the initial burden, which is saying this culture causes X. You haven't done that.
Well, I don't feel like I need to like say this. I'm not trying to say that this culture causes X, right? It's what I think
this culture contributes to X. More fair,
right?
Okay,
and I think that
you haven't proven that. You haven't proven that. You haven't proven it any more than every culture contributes to every variable. Right. Every culture. Okay. So then, given that, let me ask you this: do you think people that like fruit culture can contribute to diabetes? Do you think the government should step in and regulate how fruit companies regulate?
Well, but we do though.
Really? So banana companies can't operate in a certain way? Dole Bananas is not allowed to have advertisements that go a certain way? Can you give me an example?
So cigarette culture, right? So smoking.
Cigarettes are that is completely different,
well,
right?
No, but
sure it is.
Okay. But not necessarily.
That's not the example I used. When you said cigarettes are different because they were claimed to have misleading practices that they were knowingly basically poisoning people, right?
Yeah.
That's different.
So you don't think that there are some advertising practices where some companies could be advertising in a negative fashion? Some gun companies in this case, like the case of Bushmasters that we had just utilized. I'm sorry, neither one of us are very familiar with the case, so I'm not trying to beat you over the fucking head with it, but it does go to show that there are some markets that need to have regulation in how they market themselves, correct?
How so, right? So give me the example of what you would suggest, you tell me what the government should say should be an advertising practice that a gun company can't do. Go ahead.
Ooh, that's a pretty good question. Off the top of my head, that's something that's just kind of...
I mean, if this is your entire argument, or this is your entire point, you would think that you'd have an example ready.
Well, I mean, there's I'm trying to be as charitable to you as possible, right? But like, it would probably be wise not to advertise in a racial manner of saying like, protect your house from X racist group, right? Or there are drastic examples that we could go back in the past and kind of utilize that way. But
so you're like, protect your house from the Jews. Buy the Remington AR-15.
Okay. No, in this case, we would probably utilize your example of what was the couple that was standing outside their home?
The McCloskeys.
Yeah, the McCloskeys, right? I think that's perfectly, I mean, I don't think that's necessarily wise, and I think that's probably why they were charged as far as like aiming a weapon at people that were posing no threat other than
they clearly were posing a threat. They were posing a threat. They were shouting at them. They were breaking into their property. If I break into your property and scream at you, am I posing a threat?
Well, it depends on like how direct a threat. No, of course not.
No, it's a threat. If I break into your property and I'm shouting at you, your property, that is a threat.
Yeah, but we do agree that there are some legalistic principles that
there may be, but whatever in each individual state, whatever those legal principles are. In an ideal world, the legal principle would be you absolutely, if the police won't come, when a mob breaks into your property, you have the absolute right to brandish a weapon to defend yourself and your family. Absolutely, you should have that right. Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with that idea. That's probably why.
But let's get back to the buy this rifle to stop the Jews. Let's get back to that.
It doesn't have to be like a racial epithet. If you want to go off on that line, that's fine. But I would rather stick on this example and utilizing this responsibly.
So you're now, just real quick, we could go to the McCloskeys. That's fine. Yeah, but you're now, the example you first gave of, you shouldn't be allowed to advertise.
Practices.
You shouldn't be allowed to advertise it's to protect yourself from a certain race. So you're dismissing that argument now.
Well, no, I would say that it would be irresponsible to say that utilizing that type of marketing would probably be an irresponsible act, right? I don't think
you said the government should step in. I said, give me an example of when the government says that you can't do this type of advertising practice. You say, okay. So you're saying
you would say that it would be okay for a company to advertise AR-15 approved for killing Jews. That would be okay for you.
I don't think there would probably be a problem with the idea of approved for killing. I think that there should be no law if a company wants to say this gun can protect you from Jews. They should probably be allowed to say that. Two things.
They should?
Real quick. They should be allowed. Yes, the government should not say you can't say that, right? They should be able to do that. But two things. One, that does not happen. And so the situation that you're coming up with is so laughable, it's a joke. Secondly, they would so promptly be out of business, it would be fucking laughable. It would be laughable. What?
But once you say the government has to be legally. You do.
Am I allowed to say? Let me ask you this: am I allowed to say? Women have an 83.
Oh yeah, of course. No, this is America. You're allowed to say whatever, but there are legal repercussions.
Your argument is you're not allowed. Your argument is the government should say you're not allowed. That's your argument.
No, in terms of marketing, right? Like there would be a difference in between.
Fine. When I say am I allowed, if I'm Ruger, right? I'm Ruger, and I put an ad out that says this. I put an ad out in. What's a magazine that women read? I put an article out in Vogue, right? And in the article, I put an ad there and I say, women are 83% less likely to be raped that own a Ruger from violent men. Am I allowed to say that?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Why? Isn't that bigoted towards men?
Well, there are things... Ooh, actually, that might be a fair question as far as like the idea of why would you specifically target men, right? Isn't sex a protected class?
So they shouldn't be allowed to say that, right? The government should step in and say, you can't say that, Ruger. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, I think so, right? Legalistically? Wouldn't that be correct? Well, yeah, because women rape as well, right?
No, that is not legalistically correct. That is not the way things apply. Oh, man. For real? You really believe that?
Well, I mean, we're off I think you and I both agree on the idea of like, as far as like
if you want to be dumb enough to say,
if,
for example, if you were on BET, if you put an advertisement up on BET and you said you should buy our company's AR-15s, you know, this is a systemically racist country. White people have done terrible things to black in the past. You should protect yourself. You can't trust your racist government that's led by white people to protect you. Buy our AR-15. Absolutely, you should have the right to do that. No problem.
Oh, as far as like a legalistic point of view?
Yes, the government shouldn't have the right to tell you, no, you can't say that. You can't advertise that way. The government should not have the right to be able to censor you in that way.
I don't know if this would be the exact example of like what the Bushmaster case was, but I think it would probably.
Clearly it's not. Clearly it's not. Your first example was an example that doesn't exist, and if it did exist, without government intervention, would lead to the complete bankruptcy of that company almost immediately. That's the example you chose. If a company said, "Hey, buy this rifle to protect yourself against Jews or to protect yourself against black people," it doesn't happen. The market would solve that, and the government.
I don't disagree with like.
Okay, but in that shitty example, yes, if you want to advertise in that way, you could go ahead and advertise in that way. The government should not come in and say you can't advertise in that way.
So in that case, right? So in that case, we would probably have to then ask, is there going to be like a rise in hate crimes because of this action, right? Like,
no.
It's not necessarily because of like, the weapon system itself, but like, so there's no incitement in that case. There sure seems.
So
to
you're
be, like,
telling me, what you're telling me is that there's some racist out there that wasn't going to harm Jews until he saw an article that said.
This is the problem. That's not what I'm telling you, though. See, this would be the idea of like
you said is there no that is what you just said. You said a rise in hate crimes. You didn't say hate crimes that would be committed will now be committed with this weapon. That's not what you said. You said a rise in hate crime. That implies that a crime will be committed that otherwise would not have been committed. That's what rise in hate crime means. So you're telling me that hate crimes will be committed that otherwise wouldn't have because some racist will see an ad that says, "Oh, I need to protect myself from Jews if I buy this gun. So I'll buy the gun and shoot Jews because I didn't think that I needed to harm Jews until I read this article about this gun. But now I realize because the gun told me to protect myself against Jews that now I'll be able to do so I'll commit a hate crime." That's what you're telling me.
So what you're telling me is that people's speech and culturally doesn't have an influence on people and whether or not they go out and commit crime?
Completely different question. This is like me saying like,
the banana company it's a one-to-one for me, but it's not a one-to-one.
It has nothing to do with one-to-one. Like what you're saying is like you've now defaulted back to me showing how ridiculous your example is saying, "Oh, so you're saying words don't influence people?" Sure, words influence people. These specific words that you're talking about, words that you're talking about in this specific incidents won't lead to the specific outcome that you're talking about. But yes, in general, words influence people. I don't know where that gets you in this specific argument.
Well, because what we're talking about is, again, the actions and responsibility of a company and how it markets its product, right?
And that's what we're talking about. And in that,
you would agree with that. So you would have to therefore agree.
No. So this is weapon.
Hold on. No. If a weapon is marketed in a way that is irresponsible, in this hypothetical example that I threw out off on the cuff of like, use this weapon to protect yourself from Jews, you would have to sit there and say that would be an irresponsible thing. Should it lead to a rise in hate crime against Jews, right?
No, that's
marketing.
What you
would
just
matter.
said is you had a bunch.
Just like how we talked about marketing matter as far as like smoking.
What you've done here is just given a bunch of non sequiturs. I said, I think it is absurd to think that there is someone out there that would take a weapon and use it to kill a Jewish person, but is only doing so because they read an advertisement in a magazine that said, "Protect yourselves from Jews with this gun." I think the type of person that would use that gun to shoot a Jewish person would have found a way to harm that Jewish person had they not seen that ad. I think there are zero people that would otherwise not commit a hate crime against a Jewish person, but would see this ad and then decide to commit a hate crime. Now, I made that point quite. Please be quiet. Please be quiet. I allowed you. Please be quiet. Let me show you how. Now I'm going to use the word for you. either stupid or disingenuous you are.
Sure.
Let me show you. You said your response to this specific question that you brought up in this specific scenario is to say, well, one, don't words influence people? Sure, I guess words influence people. It's like, and two, aren't we talking about marketing? Yes, we are. Therefore you agree with me. No, I don't agree with you because the two statements that you brought up there, words influencing people, yes, that is a general statement of truth. You might as well have said, but don't people breathe oxygen? Yes, people do breathe oxygen. And isn't it true they drink water? Yes, it's true they drink water. So you agree
drank
with
water
me.
as well, right?
So your point, what you're bringing up, again, you're giving a specific example. You're making a claim about that specific example. It would lead to a rise in hate crimes. I say bullshit. It wouldn't. I think that's ridiculous. You say, but isn't it true that words matter? Sure, words matter. And isn't it true we're talking about marketing? Yes, we're talking about marketing. Therefore you have to concede. No, I don't have to concede. So my response to your point of do words influence people, which I agree they can influence people, and are we talking about marketing? I agree we are talking about marketing, is to again repeat my answer as to your specific scenario. No, I do not believe there is one person in history that will go out and commit a hate crime of shooting a Jewish person that otherwise wouldn't have because they read an advertisement that said this gun can protect you from Jewish people.
Right. Of course not. That's not the example that I'm giving. What I am trying to give an example of is like, as a whole, as a culture, can there be that negative influence if gun companies, or not just a single gun company, because what we're talking about again is like culture, right? As a whole, these things are marketed in a manner in which I need to defend myself. Now, is it just the gun company's responsibility? No, because what we need to have the conversation about is like, what is political rhetoric? Why do these people that feel like they need to protect themselves from the people that are coming to give?
So now you're changing.
No, because this is a holistic argument, right? Of like gun culture and what it is utilized for, right? So in this case, in the case of the Buffalo shooter, and again, I'm not trying to have the conversation where it puts you at like a political disadvantage. I'm trying to have an honest conversation with you about like, what is the culture? Why does it have a role in perpetuating some of this violence? And it would be holistically, these people believe, or the Buffalo shooter believed from the manifesto, or what we can gather, that the idea is him as a white individual is under attack. The only way he must go out and protect himself from being, I think the word that gets thrown around a lot is replaced, right? So the only way that he can protect himself, he believes, is the idea of like owning a gun. And then as he owns the gun to defend himself, is there a culture of like, now I need to go out there and be a warrior? So you would utilize the idea of like how guns are advertised to be close to a warrior, as far as like close to the military.
I do have to give you credit for, you were up there. You're not the best at this that I've seen, but you're up there with using a bunch of words with saying absolutely nothing. You're really good. We've rehashed the same arguments out over and over and over. Each time that you retreat
Rob,
from one of the arguments, you deflect into.
Like
I am engaging with the idea. You keep giving specific examples. I engage with the specific example. You realize the absurdity of it. You move on to a different example. I talk about the absurdity of the position you're saying and how you haven't showed that culture has directly led to any of these things, and you default back to, but guns are good tools to defend yourself. Now you're defaulting to this. Let me see if I can steel man you here. You're saying the idea that all of these gun companies are saying guns could help you defend yourself could lead to someone saying, I believe I'm being replaced racially, therefore I need to defend myself.
No. That wouldn't be the holistic idea, right? Oh, okay. No, I'm sorry. You were just going through and I thought you were painting it the idea of like the gun companies are saying that you're being replaced, but you were going to go, I'm sorry, Rob, go ahead.
You're saying that the problem is gun companies say these guns could help you defend yourself. That's how they're marketing, right?
Yeah,
and then someone else is saying, oh, and by the way, as a white person, you're being replaced, right? You're not saying the gun companies are saying that, correct?
Well, yeah, ideally, and of course, it's not going to be that simplistic.
No. What do you mean, ideally? I'm saying in the status quo. You're making a claim about something
within
that's
this
occurring.
No. Within this conversation, I'm saying it's not just.
What do you mean within this conversation? I'm asking you point blank. In reality, are you saying that Remington and Ruger are telling people they're being replaced? Okay, so then my statement stands. You're not saying the gun companies are saying this. You're saying that the gun companies are saying guns could help you defend yourself. Correct?
Yep, of course. Which would be
and you're saying the problem with that is. You're saying the problem with them marketing saying guns can help you defend yourself is that someone out there could say, I've heard of this thing called the Great Replacement, and I feel that racially I'm being replaced. Therefore, I need to defend myself. And so they're like, oh, look at this. Here's an ad saying this could help me defend myself. That's what you're saying, correct? And therefore, the government should step in and regulate how that gun market's advertising.
Well, that again depends on like what actions that individual takes to defend themselves. Does it not?
Okay, they do the Buffalo situation. They buy the gun, then they kill a bunch of black people. In that situation, does the government have the right to regulate how that particular gun company advertises?
Well, at a state level or within like our constitution?
You tell me. You're the one advocating for it.
So like, well, again, we're in tricky territory here again, because I'm having a conversation about like the conversation of gun culture. I'm not talking, you and I had already reached an agreement on like what regulations we could agree upon, right, at the start. So I'm not trying to sit here and say that I'm not trying to sit here and say that this is the only solution, right? What I am trying to sit here and ask and have a conversation over is like, is the idea of gun culture and the idea of like needing to defend yourself and utilizing this weapon, are there instances where
that's not, you're moving the goalpost again. That's exactly what
are
you're
there
doing.
instances?
This is something,
well,
this is something that you said in the past. No, I'm not going to let you finish. This is something, because you're doing the same thing over and over. So when I pin you down on specific, with this whole branch of this conversation was saying, yes, there are times when the government should step in and say that you can't advertise. They did it with tobacco companies. That's what you said. Yeah, so yes, I am giving you said, here are the examples I'll give you when the government should step in and say you can't advertise this way. Then we went down this branch a little way, and I said, okay, so let me clarify what you're saying. You're saying not that the gun companies are talking about great replacement, but they're saying guns are useful tools at defending yourself. You said yes, that's what they're saying. I said, and then you're saying someone could believe in great replacement theory and say, I feel I'm being replaced, so I need to defend myself. You said yes, absolutely. And I said, therefore they then purchase the gun and use it to kill someone. Should the government be able to step in? That's where we're at right now. Yes or no, according to you, do you think the government should be able to step in? Because that's what the entire part of this conversation was. You saying, yes, these are examples when the government could step in and stop the way certain gun companies are advertising. So I'm asking you point blank, in this Buffalo shooting situation with these guns, in the situation that you yourself have brought up, that I have steelman, that you agreed that I'm talking about it accurately, should the government step in and regulate?
Yeah, probably, depending on the...
Okay. So I think that's probably all the time we have here, because what you've just said is that a gun company is not allowed to say that it's an effective means to defend yourself, because if someone takes... That is exactly what you said. Let's repeat again.
If you would allow me to finish out my point.
I'll allow you to finish out your point here, but that's what you said, and you're going to just... You're just going to say a bunch of words that try to deflect from the fact that that's literally what you just said, but please, go ahead.
Of course. But all words matter, and the way in which they're delivered is very important. Of course, if there is a quote-unquote irresponsible way in which this gun company was marketing, right, we could agree that there are probably irresponsible ways in which the gun companies can market. We would utilize the case of the Bush and Remington case that they had just settled. Again, we had agreed upon that they had settled. That does not mean legal liability, but we could derive something from that, right? So there are and have to be different ways in which things are marketed within the responsibility in a responsible fashion, of course.
Okay, so what you just said there, right? Like I'm going to recommend, this is oftentimes I find that when I have discussions with people, there's something more interesting to me than the actual topic we're talking about, and that's the way in which people interact with me. And it's funny because you called me disingenuous. Sure. I don't think you're disingenuous. Okay. I think you're not very bright.
Thanks, man. Oh, okay. Thanks.
Sure, you're welcome. You're welcome. Right.
I don't know how relevant that's going to be.
I'll explain how it's relevant. Because I legitimately think you don't understand how ridiculous you are right now. Because this is what you did. We went through an exact situation of a real world, not a hypothetical, a real world situation. Right now.
Yeah.
We said these gun manufacturers, please let me finish. We said these gun manufacturers currently are saying guns are an effective means to defend yourself. You said, yep.
Right.
And I said, and then this Buffalo guy's like, I believe in great replacement. And so I think I'm being replaced. So I need something to defend myself. And you said, yep. And I said, so then he bought the gun. And you said, yep. And I said, do you think in this situation, the government should step in and regulate? And you said, yep. And I was like, so, okay, then what you said is the problem was that the gun manufacturers were saying these guns could help you defend yourself.
That's the only part of where the government's going to regulate, right? The gun manufacturers, you admitted they weren't talking about the Great Replacement. They were just talking that the gun could defend you. Sure. And you said that because this guy went out and did something heinous, that the government should come in and they should say, no, you can't advertise like that. You can't say that this gun will defend yourself. And when I say that's what you're saying, you said, that's not what I'm saying. And I said, then please explain. And you said, well, we could agree that if the gun manufacturers say something that's irresponsible, that they should be regulated. But what that is moving the goalpost again. Okay. You didn't say if the manufacturer said something. You said yes, in this case, where the gun manufacturer said that guns can help you defend yourself, and then some lunatic took that gun and thought he was defending himself, that situation itself was the situation that the government should be involved. When I point out the absurdity of that, you say, well, I'm saying if they do something bad. Right, you are saying if they do something bad, and you're saying and they did do something bad, which is to say that guns could defend yourself. That's where you're, and I don't think you're bad faith. I don't think you're a troll. I think you're a fucking idiot. That's what I think. But you might be a troll. I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
Yeah,
you
sure.
could be a troll.
No, I guess the problem that we're having here, and again, maybe I'm not explaining this enough, is like culturalistically as a whole, is this something that you need to have to defend yourself from the Great Replacement theory, right? Like, no, of course not, because the Great Replacement theory is not something that is actively happening, right? So within the idea of what we're taking this from, like the idea of like some people would say that there is a way to irresponsibly market the handling of guns to defend yourself. It doesn't seem like it's too far-fetched of the idea that there could be an irresponsible way to market that. Does that...
You said that it exists. You said it already happened, that the government should step in. Give me the example.
Oh, it would be Remington and Bush and Remington.
What does that have to... You said in this Buffalo shooting example...
Okay. No.
Okay, well, fine. It'll be Remington. Show me what the government did. Go ahead. Show me what the government... What did the judge rule? Go ahead.
Well, it was a settled case. They decided to settle.
Oh, so the government didn't say shit about it.
No, yeah, of course not. But
right.
Are there instances?
So then give me the example of when the government give me the example of when the government stepped in and said that you've advertised and you saying that guns could defend yourself is irresponsible. Go ahead, give me the example.
Yeah, no, I don't necessarily have one that can be pointed to at the time, but that doesn't necessarily mean, and you and I agree upon this,
let me just ask you.
Irresponsible. So there
Let
me
me just ask you real quick. And you said that you currently believe. You said you currently believe that this current Buffalo situation was one of those ways that the government should step in. That's what you said, correct? That is what you said. That is exactly what you said.
No,
that is exactly what you said. That is exactly what you said.
We were utilizing a hypothetical, utilizing this example.
No, we weren't.
Because I don't know. Do you know the details of the inspiration of the Buffalo shooter? I don't think.
What does his inspiration have to do with shit? What is that? You're the one who said. You clearly said, I go back, if you want, I go back to the VOD and bring it up. But I'm warning you, if I go back to the VOD and you said this, you're banned for life.
I'm not.
You got it?
Rob.
You got it? No, please, hear me out. Because this is a big pet peeve of mine. Please, hear me out. Listen, we'll do this deal. I'll go back in the VOD. I'll go back and I'll see. This is almost verbatim exactly what happened. I said, so you're saying the gun company said that this gun is an effective tool to defend yourself. You said, yep. And I'm like, and you're saying this guy believed in Great Replacement.
No. Okay.
And you're saying, yep. No, please, let me finish. Let me finish.
No, Rob,
let me finish.
I understand what you're
I'm just going to mute you. I'm just going to mute you and kick you out. I'm just going to mute you and kick you out. You have claimed that something you said that you didn't say. That's what you've claimed. You claimed that I am wrong when I said that you said a certain thing. So I'm going to restate what I think you said. And then you're going to tell me again that I'm wrong. Then we're going to go back to the VOD. And if that's what you said, you're banned for life. Got it? So let me finish restating what you said. Unless you want to admit that you said this.
Rob, I have never said that I didn't say it. What I am asking you was, were we
you did say you didn't say it.
Rob, what I was asking you was, are we utilizing this case as a hypothetical for the conversation that we're trying to have about gun culture? That's, of course, I did say this, but it becomes incredibly wrong as far as like, did you say these exact words? Yes, of course I did. Context matters. My understanding was, in the sake of having our conversation, we were talking about that we had come to an example of the Buffalo shooter, right? So we had said, in this case, is there going to be a case in which irresponsible advertising may be a cause, maybe a contributing factor, a contributing factor in between this reasoning of his fucked up idea of like, I need to defend myself against a great replacement. Now, I would say that there may be some responsibility for a gun company that could market it irresponsibly. Am I saying that's what happened in this case? No, I don't know the details of this case. I don't think that there will probably be a court case in which this comes up. As of right now, I don't know enough details about this. It took us, 10 years from Sandy Hook to even get the Remington and Bush just to settle it.
You don't even know the details of that case. You don't know the details of it at all.
Yeah, of course. Because what we're trying to do here is what I was trying to do is have a genuine conversation in good faith between the both of us of the idea of what could and what responsibility does gun culture have.
I don't care what you were trying to do. What you've done is you've continually moved the goalpost and shifted at any time. People that are intelligent, I don't even have to be intelligent, just people of average intelligence that are operating in good faith don't do that. They don't make a claim, and then when the claim is rebuffed, say, well, I'm going to move on to this, and then just circle around, go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth.
Right.
Like,
So
for
I
example,
guess
what
what
you
I'm
just said, please, what you just did here was you said in this current case, in this current Buffalo situation, if the facts were as follows. You didn't say hypothetically. You said this is what happened. You said that gun ad companies are advertising that guns are for self-defense. You said, yep. And that this guy believed in great replacement theory. And you said, yep.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you on the idea of,
so
like,
this
of course,
so
this
you're
is how
agreeing.
normally it is marketed, right?
Please.
The idea of like, I believe that I need to defend myself.
Right,
That's
I got you.
pretty
We get your
standard.
word salad. You could just answer yes or no when I ask you. So you're admitting at this point, nothing you're saying at this point that I'm talking about is hypothetical, correct?
Yes, I think it does become hypothetical because we don't
How is that hypothetical? So you're saying hypothetically No. I don't need a big long-winded explanation. Do you understand what the word hypothetical means? Do you know what that word means? Okay, so if I say, for example, if you said, Rob, are you wearing an orange shirt? And I said, yes. And then later you're like, okay, so Rob admitted he was wearing an orange shirt. And I said, no. Hypothetically, I'm wearing an orange shirt. And you'd be like, wait, what? Like, you're clearly wearing an orange shirt. You've admitted you're wearing an orange shirt. No, I mean, hypothetically, I'm wearing an orange shirt. Okay, so you're saying so you didn't say that you're wearing an orange shirt? No, I said that. Okay, so you're wearing an orange shirt. Hypothetically, I'm wearing an orange shirt. So let's take the word hypothetically out of this conversation for a second, right?
Okay. Yeah,
hypothetically doesn't exist. I don't think you understand what the word means, so let's just pretend the word hypothetically doesn't exist. So let's talk about the way things are right now. Got it?
Yeah, let's do that. I like
right now, are gun companies advertising that guns are an effective means for defense?
Yeah.
Okay, not hypothetically. They're literally doing that. We got that?
No. Yeah, of course. Yep.
Okay. Are we saying that this Buffalo shooter believed in great replacement theory? Not hypothetically, but really that's what he believed. Is that what we're saying?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Are we saying that the gun manufacturer companies did not advertise about great replacement theory?
Yes, they did not.
Everything I've said there is not hypothetically. That's the reality of what occurred, correct?
Of course. Yep.
Now, did you say, given that reality, that yes, the government should step in and stop the way they're advertising?
Given that reality?
Yes.
Given that reality? No.
Yes.
Did I say that? Yes. Now, the conversation that I did have was trying to, the point that I was trying to make, obviously, apparently it's not working for you, is the idea that there can be irresponsible marketing that gun companies may have. Does that make sense?
Yes, I said it. I meant no.
Rob.
Oh my God, man. Hey, I thank you so much for calling in.
Yeah,
it does my heart good. Sometimes I need a laugh. So this will have to be whoever's watching this. Make sure you clip from when this guy called in. Whoo! All right, man. Well, hey, hypothetically, you have a good evening, and it's hypothetically been a fun time talking to you. So thank you.
No, Rob.
All right, we'll see you, man. Oh, man. Hypothetically, I'm soying out. You want to call in, Ogre? Tell me how I'm soying out. Go ahead, explain it to me, Ogre. Okay, I'll add you. Let me put my headset back on. Sure, you can explain to me how I'm soying out. Here we go. Ogre's going to come in and explain how I'm soying out. Take down the flag and put up a Confederate one. Why? You're watching a right-wing channel. The caller was Red-Headed Man, was the caller. I know, I think he's joking too. Thank you, Too Hip to Be Square. The problem is, none of his argument made sense, and it's clear. I honestly don't think he was. I think that, I'll be honest, I think it may be unfair to say so. First off, I saw Bandit say this. He called me, anyone back me up in the chat, he called me disingenuous twice. Right? He said I was being disingenuous twice. Which I let go both times. He's the dude that goes on Prime's panels? Maybe. I don't know. I've never met him. So he called me disingenuous twice. Nothing I was saying was disingenuous at all. I thought I humored him far longer than I should. But you're chilling in the waiting room? Yeah. Can you hear me, Ogre? I can't hear you, man. It doesn't... Check your settings, make sure your mic's connected or whatever. But as we're waiting for Ogre, I'll just say, right? So what happens is you call in a channel and you're like, I'm going to prove a point with this person. And then if it doesn't stick, you just keep deflecting until you get something that you think kind of sticks. And that's what I think was happening. Like, I just, that's the best explanation I could come up with. I don't really know what he was going for. Yeah, the point about marketing made, but he kept saying it was a point about culture, then it was a point about marketing, right? And the problem is, like, even he was meandering in even what he was trying to say about that. Like, he was like, well, you know, like, I could steel man his position better than him, right? His position would be something like this. Listen, we have people that look at gun culture and they see these like badass, you know, guns in magazines, and they see these movies where guns are being used really cool, and they see, you know, the advertisements like some Navy SEAL standing there with an AR-15, and they're like, I want to be a tough guy like that. And they go and they're shooting guns in the air and they're shooting cans and shit, and they're like, America, I'm a fucking badass. Yeah, I collect these fucking guns. I'm a badass. I think that they're the best. I put myself in my head in these hypothetical situations like, you know, if the Viet Cong invaded my town, how would I take them out? What would be the best situation? How would I do it? I have guns everywhere. I got guns under my bed. I got guns here. I got guns there. I got guns there. And is that culture, is that kind of what's responsible for what we saw in Buffalo? Or is that kind of responsible for what we saw at these school shootings? No. I don't see any link. I don't see any. At all. I don't think the Columbine kids were looking at that guy going, yeah. And even if you could say, okay, then what's the solution? And he's like, well, the solution's the way the guns are advertised. Well, what about them? How do you make guns not look cool? How do you make guns not look like, you know, and he was like, the idea that you could get revenge on people. Right. Well, that's a problem, not with guns. The idea of what a gun is. Right. You're chilling in chat with me right now, but you're not making any sound. So, all right, I'm going to head out, Ogre. We see what's going on. The problem would be like, so then I'm trying to test the limits of what he's saying. Okay. So then if we say the government says that you legally can't advertise a firearm in a certain way. You can't make a firearm look cool. So I guess that would mean, now again, you can already see that there's meandering points. What is gun culture? What specific part of that culture are you identifying as being problematic? He doesn't really have an example of that. He just keeps going back to this advertising example. But let's say then it's the advertisement. So, okay, that's his solution, that you can't advertise. Okay, so let's say then the government changes it to literally a gun advertisement is literally just showing a picture of the gun, specs of the gun, price of the gun. That's it. You can't say anything else. Is that going to stop one mass shooting? Nope. Not one. I don't know. I could handle going over it again. I mean, I think I did a pretty good meta job as it was going on. No problem, Ogre. Yeah, it might be your phone. It's not even showing up that you're trying to talk. So, no, Marcus, I have no idea what the exact situation on the ground was with stuff like that. It has nothing to do with making one change, right? Like, we're talking about hypothetical ways to solve this, and like, you isolated a problem, I think. Like, and you keep saying, like, but isn't it true that culture influences shit? Right, that's true in everything. How do you change that? Like, I guess basketball culture, could it be that basketball culture had a machismo? Oh man, LeBron James has an edge. He feels the need to defend himself when he feels he's been violently fouled. And so we need to make sure that the NBA isn't showing that violent edge. They can't advertise that. You know, the NFL can't have big hit packages where people are getting hit hard. They can't do that. Boxing has to turn the camera away when there's a hit. We don't want to advertise that that sort of violence can exist. Right? What does changing culture? What is the authoritarianism, like, I'll just say, like, it amazes me constantly, the authoritarianism you see from these people on the left. It's absolutely amazing. Hey, we need to change culture. Let's make sure that we control exactly how gun companies can advertise. Let's do it. And I'm sure it'll be applied in a very judicious manner, right? In fact, let's make sure that Fox News can't say certain things as well, right? It'll be very judicious. Trust us, it's a good idea. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable how authoritarian they are. Literally the most, literally right down to, like, this is exactly the type of content that you should be allowed to receive. The exact way the government should be getting in there. Isn't it true that culture can influence things? Yeah. And isn't it true that sometimes things could be bad? Yep. Therefore, we have the right to regulate culture. The government should come in and say, nope. We can go in and do this, and this. Gay marriage in the 90s, right. Did the government come in and say, we mandate that this is how you must treat gay characters on television shows? Again, the people that are most into gun culture are the biggest gun safety people I know. So what are we supposed to do? Are we going to have a concentrated push? By the way, the sort of war on masculinity, people love this. Oh yes, we should change culture that there's never any, idea of man being powerful or something like that. I mean, and you could see from people like that guy that called in and the guy that's sort of recommending it here, this eco guy, you could see. So in this case, we would highlight things like 3 gun shootings over the idea that you need to protect yourself against a tyrannical government. Right. So first off, show me Remington's ad that says, buy this gun to protect yourself from a tyrannical government. I've never seen that. Can anyone show me that example? Can you bring up the ad? Protect yourself from a tyrannical government. Any gun company? Go ahead. I'll look. Secondly, no. The exact purpose of the Second Amendment is to protect yourself from a tyrannical government. And the fact that you would seek to change that makes you one of the biggest allies to that government tyranny. Do you see where they're coming? You see, it sounds very, oh, no. It's to protect the children. To protect the children, you shouldn't be allowed to say that governments can become tyrannical, and that's the reason for the Second Amendment. We have to rewrite history. It doesn't matter that that's the reality, that that's why the Second Amendment was included. It doesn't matter. You shouldn't be allowed to talk about it. Oh, nice. Yeah, not interested in your interpretation of the Second Amendment. No, it is an ad thing. This is a culture change from within, not from the government force. You're literally saying that the government should force companies to advertise in a certain way. And if your argument is that culturally we shouldn't press that the reason for the Second Amendment is to protect from a tyrannical government, then everything I said still applies. I guess we'll end with this. So this is a conversation I don't look to have, again, not with this redheaded guy because it was unfruitful other than my own amusement. Yes, I'm saying yes, but hypothetically I meant no. Good stuff. No, that is not what the purpose of the Second Amendment is. The Second Amendment doesn't just say you could have access to guns only if it is for a militia to secure a free state. That is wrong. That is not what it says, and it's irrelevant anyways to the point you're trying to make of government authoritarianism. But again, this is who the left is. The left says that the police shouldn't protect you. You shouldn't have the right to police yourself. We should even go so far as to change culture from the idea that governments could be tyrannical in the first place and that you should protect yourself from them. That is literally antithetical to everything the Founding Fathers believed. The entire reason for the Second Amendment was to protect ourselves from tyrannical governments. That was the entire reason. Also, can I show you the way in which the Founding Fathers had intended to revolt? I'm not sure what that means. I didn't even hear him say he was a Marine, to be honest. So I don't care that it's part of the goal. It is a true statement. It is an absolute true statement. But fair enough. If that's the idea, how about this, right? Let's say that, okay, if we're going to say that we need to change culture when it's saying things like the government can be tyrannical because it caused X amount of deaths. How many deaths and property destruction, etc., occur in the name of because the country is systemically racist? So would you also say that culturally we shouldn't be allowed to say, we should change from saying that the country is systemically racist? That the government needs to step in and stop advertising from things that say that there's systemic racism. Hell, not only does the government not do that, the government funds institutions that talks about systemic racism. Isn't it true that people hear systemic racism and they go out and they commit acts of violence? Isn't that true? Isn't it true that a BLM person shot 5 police officers in Dallas? So we shouldn't be allowed to talk about police brutality. We can't talk about that, right? It leads to violence. So culturally, we need to shift from saying police could be bad or from saying that systemic racism exists, right? CRT bans are being discussed now, but that's because we are choosing to not fund what's taught. What's part of a curriculum is different. Again, I love this from Eco. You're great. You're such a good lefty, right? So the idea is this. If you think it's a bad idea for your children to be taught that they are racist because of the color of their skin, and instead they should be taught things like math, and well then, see, you're discussing ban. No, that's not a ban. That's saying that our tax dollars go to public education and we have a right to determine what's taught. For example, I could say, that's absurd. You don't teach Nazi ideology in school? Why are you banning free speech? What does violent revolt have anything to do with anything I've said? I decry violence more than any streamer I know. What does that have to do with the idea that the Founding Fathers intended the Second Amendment to protect against a tyrannical government? They wrote quite clearly of it. There's a lawsuit against Barnes & Noble against books that are being taught in school that teach critical race theory. And so? Fair enough. If your argument is we should ban glorifying gun, books should not say, be a badass. Hey, little Timmy, welcome to second grade algebra. Johnny had 5 badass Rambo guns, and Sarah only had 3 badass Rambo guns. And together they beat the shit out of the commies and the Ruskies. Fucking A, they're the biggest badass killers in the fucking block. If we had those 5 guns plus those 3 guns, how many Rambo-esque guns would they have? Yeah, I guess we shouldn't be teaching that in schools. And these people are so great. Barnes & Noble is a school. Show me the lawsuit. Show me the lawsuit that says Barnes & Noble's not allowed to talk about great replacement theory. You show me the lawsuit. Or not allowed to talk about critical race theory. A Virginia legislator is suing Barnes & Noble to block the book chain from selling 2 obscene books to minors without parental consent. The move comes as conservative lawmakers across the country seek to ban books from libraries and offering books with content they find objectionable. Tim Anderson, a Republican lawyer who serves the Virginia House of Delegates, said he filed a lawsuit on behalf of his client, Tommy Altman, who is running for Congress. Altman, who describes himself as a disabled veteran, states in the campaign video on his website that he's running to protect freedom, including right to free speech. On May 18th Facebook post, Anderson said he's seeking a restraining order against Barnes & Noble's in Virginia's beach schools to enjoin them from selling or loaning these books to minors without parent consent. The book in question is Gender Queer and A Court of Mist and Fury. Gender Queer was named #1 for challenge and censored by the 2021 by the American Library Association. The suit against Barnes & Noble comes amid a push by conservatives to rein in discussions of contents they find objectionable, such as Florida's Don't Say Gay law, which is a lie. That's not a Don't Say Gay law. Right, that has nothing to do with critical race theory. That has to do with books like Gender Queer that are literally pornographic and have pornographic scenes in them being marketed to children. Are you against marketing porn to children? We'll end on this. Eco, will you defend? So you're for marketing pornography to children. Just saying, Eco. You say if we're going to say that children can't read porn, then we should also say that we need to legally not be allowed to glorify gun culture. You didn't say it was CRT? Let's see. Maybe I'm wrong. So I'm glad the bold stance of defending marketing pornography to children. Good work, Eco. All right. Interesting take. Bold strategy. Let's see what he says. Eco lies then. Then he lies. Here we go. Let's put the links to Eco. Again, why when I talk to these fucking authoritarian, censorious lefties do they constantly lie about what they say? Over and over and over and over. Here's his exact quotes. From 126, he says, CRT bans are being passed right now. His very next comment, 127, there's a lawsuit happening right now against Barnes & Noble over it. Liar. Then he says, I didn't say it was CRT. There you are. Liar. Liar. Now, Eco, I don't know if you know this. I do have a policy on my show. When someone claims that they didn't say something, and then I have to waste my time going back to see if they said that or not. No, those aren't two different comments. What does over it mean? What does over it mean? Let me read these comments back to back again. CRT bans are being passed right now. There's a lawsuit happening right now against Barnes & Noble over it. What is it? If it's not CRT, what is it? What's it? Let's see if he has a chance to respond. No, that's not what you said. Over it was clearly implying to banning books over CRT. That's what your comments were. So what we'll do is have fun with your lies and other channels. Goodbye. All right. So we'll end here tonight, but you can see constantly the lies that come from people. Oh, I didn't say that. Yes, you did. Liar. Sorry you're upset that they can't teach the book Genderqueer to students, that people are trying to have an injunction to be able to teach that to young children. To have parental consent before they have it. Sorry. But I'm for free speech. Congratulations. I'm against child pornography. So, but all right. So we'll end it here. So yeah, at the end of the day, you saw a gambit of what lefties think about this stuff. We should literally not allow gun companies to advertise guns are good for defense. We should change culture somehow through some sort of fiat. Because even though we have zero proof that any of these school shootings had to do with, quote, gun culture, somehow, anything to stop, like, actual reasoned conversation we should talk about. If you want to talk about the problems of single-parent households and on violence more likely to come from them, then you have to admit that we need to change gun. Thank you, Gizmo. Change gun culture, which they can't define, based on the idea that culture influences everything or something like that. We had the people earlier that demanded that we talked about specific solutions and then offered zero specific solutions themselves and demanded that I not talk about the people politicizing this event on both sides, but certainly worse on the left, that was somehow bad. So you run the gambit of how disgusting, particularly fucking leftists could be. I still stand by my original comments that was talking about the right-wing people that I thought were also exploiting this for reasons that I thought was bad. But that's, that's where we're at. That's where so many of these people are. So at the end of the day, I don't have any particular insight into this topic any greater than anyone else. I don't. There is no quick fix. There's no way to just completely change culture. It's not because a gun company advertised that guns could protect you. It's not because Rambo exists. It's not because the Boogaloo Boys exist. It's not because the 3%. The argument might make sense if a 3%er goes and shoots someone. That's not what's happening. The straws that people will grasp at. There are laws on the books that our government refuses to enforce. The president's own son was haphazard with a gun and committed a crime that was got off scot-free. Hundreds of thousands of cases a year of people illegally trying to purchase guns that the ATF and whatever just leaves go. They only prosecute less than 1% of them. We didn't even talk about the problem of with 3D printers coming, within our children's generation, people will have the material to create guns at their home. How do you regulate that? We didn't even talk about that. So it's very difficult. Yeah, they'll give all this money to fight Ukraine. They'll say blood's on your hands, but they'll support the very intel agencies that killed a bunch of kids in Afghanistan. Don't care about that. So, all right. Who we raiding? Anyone? If you suggest for me to raid someone, you have to give me the accurate spelling of their name. So I'll give someone 2 or 3 minutes to come up with it. I do appreciate that Sea Wheels guy gave me 20 subs today. Excellent. Thank you so much. I appreciate all of the donations. I'm sorry that I went on for 2 hours, an hour and a half with that guy. I mean, I'm a sucker for... I thought that I had the patience of Job with that guy. I thought that I was very polite and let the guy go on and on and on with basically saying nothing. I don't know. I don't know what I was supposed to do. I listened to him call me disingenuous twice. And it's like, I don't think anyone remotely objective was listening to that guy and could get some sort of coherent thought. Like, I could have said his entire hour and a half speech in this. Maybe we should stop glorifying guns so much. That's literally, I guess his whole point was just proudly radical. Okay. Now, I don't know who we're rating. As always, I trust my audience to be reasonable. If this is someone you don't like, feel free to say you don't like them, but don't brigade or anything like that. But I trust my audience. My audience is pretty good. So, all right. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate each and every one of you. I should be back tomorrow night at some point, unless something crazy happens. I got a lot of cleaning and stuff to do tomorrow around the house here. So, but I do appreciate each and every one of you. Friday, I don't know that I have any debates or anything coming up. Keep those suggestions coming. Remember, you go to my Discord. Under my Discord, there's a timestamp section. Put in that section where you would like, if you thought there was a timestamp. It could be any, as long as you got the times, the beginning and the end. I will consider clipping that or doing that timestamp as a standalone YouTube video. So I'll consider that. Also, if you want to help me out in a way that's not financial donation, recommend me to other people. Recommend me some big streamers like Tim Pool, Steven Crowder, things like that. I'd appreciate it. So thank you so much, everyone. As always, have a good one.
We should raid off into an even bigger lucky streamer we don't like. Oh. Hey, Rob. How do you know about us? What's up, Rob?
Oh, bees, holy hell, it's Gish Galop, baby. Gish Galop.
Hello, new viewers. So we're the radical lefties that Rob Norton. Okay. This is tongue in cheek. We're the radical lefties that Rob Norton warns you about every stream. You know, we are.
Hi, hi. My name's Kai. I'm an anarchist. I believe everybody in society should be armed to the teeth except for police. I think we should fully disarm the police. Everybody else gets guns, though.
What's going on, Rob?
Also, I believe we should repeal the NFA. You know what that is? That usually ingratiates more conservatives.
You know what? I'm not familiar.
National Firearms Act. It's what controls our machine gun and shit like that.
Hey, we know these people. It's me, Chuck